In this video, we'll take a look at several ways by which you can access the Microsoft Management Console for performing various administrative tasks. Now, before we get into launching the console itself, I do just want to point out that when you are using any kind of administrative tool, you are already, in fact, working in a Microsoft Management Console, but it's a predefined console. We'll see in an upcoming demonstration how you can create a custom console. But for the time being, I do want to show you what I'm talking about here. So I'm just going to right-click on the Start button, and I'll just choose something like Computer Management. This is a fairly standard administrative tool, and this window that we're looking at here is effectively a Microsoft Management Console, but it's pre-populated with the utilities for managing this computer. So in terms of the format, what you'll find is that there is always this navigation node on the left-hand side, a details pane in the middle, then an actions pane over on the right-hand side, and that's the basic layout of any Microsoft Management Console. But as mentioned, this one is pre-populated with the appropriate tools. Now, that's perfectly fine if you want to use this tool. There really is no reason to use any other tool if this is exactly what you're looking to do. But again, a Microsoft Management Console is configurable if you launch your own. We will see the configuration options in an upcoming demonstration, but for the time being, let's just see how it can be launched. Now, really, the simplest and probably the quickest option is to just click on the Start button and type in the three letters MMC. That's Microsoft Management Console. You'll see it come up, and that's it. So clearly, that's all there is to it, and you can do that every single time. But if you are already working in other interfaces, there are some other options. So let's just close this one down. And if, for example, you are already in a command prompt, so let's just bring up a command prompt, and let's imagine that you're already performing certain tasks in here and you just want to get to a console, then you can do exactly the same thing. Just type in MMC, hit enter, and there we have our management console as well. And the command prompt stays open in the background, so I could now very quickly and easily switch between both. Let's close both of these down. And perhaps unsurprisingly, if it works in the command prompt, it also works in PowerShell. So if I launch PowerShell, and again, if I'm already working in here, then I just type in MMC. That will also launch the console. Once again, let's close everything down. And if you are already working in the new Windows terminal, then this also works. So once again, MMC, enter, there we have it. So those are useful options, again, if you are already working in those interfaces. But if the console is something that you use quite often, then you might want to have a shortcut to it on your desktop. And of course, you can do that as well. Now, probably the easiest way to create a shortcut is to simply right-click on the desktop and just choose New, then choose Shortcut. Now, you do need to know the path to this application, and if you do, you could just go to that folder and locate the executable, then do a right-click drag and drop out to the desktop to create a shortcut, but really this option is probably just as easy. Now, what you can do for the location is use what's known as a variable, which specifies the Windows directory. This allows you to simply reference the Windows directory no matter which drive it's located on. Now, it's almost always the C drive, so you absolutely could type in C:\Windows. That's perfectly fine. But you can also do this, %windir, all one word, %. That variable references the Windows directory no matter where it is. Okay, so that's perfectly fine. Then type in a \, and it's system32. So as soon as you start typing in enough characters, you can choose from the drop down here. So there we see system32, so I can select that to autocomplete. Then just move the cursor to the end, type in another \, and type in MMC, and there is the executable right there. Okay, so that's the pathway. %windir% /system32 /mmc.exe. Click on Next. Call it whatever you like. It will default to the name of the executable, but we can just type in MMC for short. Click on Finish, and there's a shortcut on our desktop. Now we can just double click, and there's the console. Okay, so again, there are many different options available in terms of launching the console, and in fact, there is one more, but it adds an extra step, but I will show you it for the sake of argument. So if you just click on the Start button again, or in fact, the search bar, it doesn't matter, then type in the word Run. This brings up your Run app, where you can also type in MMC, but that's an additional step, so there's really no reason to go through that process, but it does still work, okay? Again, whichever option you prefer is perfectly fine, and we'll see how you can populate the management console with the appropriate administrative tools in our next demonstration. In this video, we'll see how to add and/or remove what are referred to as snap-ins in a Microsoft Management Console. And these add the basic functionality to the console, because the console in and of itself doesn't do anything other than act as a container for your snap-ins. So we finished the previous demonstration with adding a shortcut to the desktop, and that's certainly fine. So I'll get started with that shortcut, but I do want to mention that there is another consideration with respect to the shortcut itself. Now, just hold that thought for a moment. I will come back to it shortly, but let's go ahead and just double-click my shortcut for MMC. And again, this is a blank console. So what it can be used for is to act as a container, as mentioned, for these snap-ins, which themselves are the administrative tools that you might use most often. So rather than always having to go straight to a specific administrative tool, you can centralize the ones that you use most frequently in your own customized console. So what we see is what's referred to as the console root, which again is simply the primary container. So to add the administrative tools, or the snap-ins, you can click on the File menu, then simply choose Add Remove Snap-in. And when we click on that, what you see are all of the administrative tools that are supported in a customized console. So if I find myself very frequently working in, let's say, the computer management console, then I can just select it, then click the Add button, and it will ask me if I want this snap-in to be able to manage this local computer or another computer, which actually allows me to specify a remote system. Now, I don't have another system on this network that I can use, but if, for example, you were in an Active Directory environment or a larger corporate network, then you could create a customized console that allows you to access the computer management feature for many different computers. And that's where the custom consoles really come into play. If I'm a technical worker of any kind and I need to perform remote tasks, then I don't need to always use something like the remote desktop utility to connect to that system. I can just say another computer, and I would need to know the name or the IP address of that computer, and I would also have to have permission to be able to connect to it remotely. But as long as I have those, then all I have to do is enter the name of the computer or browse for it, and then click on Finish, and I would have that tool available, but on that other computer. So again, I don't have that option, but let me just show you what happens with the local computer, and I'll click on Finish. Then I'll just click on OK. So here now is the computer management console for the local computer. But again, if I had access to those remote computers, then I could add as many as I want, and I would see computer management over and over and over again. But instead of the word local in brackets, I would see the name of those other computers. So I could simply expand any one of them and perform any given task using any one of these tools, but remotely on that other computer. So again, I would not need to always use something like Remote Desktop to establish a connection. I could just pull up my customized console and access the utilities on each of those remote systems. Even if you don't have access to remote systems, you can certainly still build your own customized console, again, allowing you to simply access the tools that you use most often on this system so that you aren't always launching different utilities. Now, I can add as many as I like, so let's go back to the File menu and choose Add Remove Snap-in, and we'll add something else such as the Event Viewer. Again, we'll click on the Add button, and once again, we get the prompt for the local computer or another computer. I'll just go with local and click on OK, then click on OK again. Now I have two tools or two snap-ins available to me. And once again, I can keep adding as many as I like. If you want to remove one, go back into the Add Remove Snap-in window, select the one that you want to remove, and then simply click the Remove button. You can also sequence them by moving them up or down if you want to organize or categorize them in any way. So just click on OK, and basically that's it. You just keep adding and or removing the snap-ins accordingly. Now, I mentioned the shortcut and some considerations with respect to that shortcut, and that comes down to saving the console. And I will intentionally show you what happens here if I just close this console and I say no to saving it. Okay, there, it is now closed, but perhaps I think to myself, well, that's no big deal. I'll just open up the console again, but everything is gone because I did not save it. Now, of course, you can save it, but that still brings up another consideration. So let's go ahead and add another snap-in, and I'll just go with the Computer Management Console again. I'll add it and click on Finish and click on OK. So now I'll go ahead and click on Close, and I will say yes to saving it. But notice the default path for where it's going to be saved. That's the Save In drop-down here. It's quite buried, if you will, in my own user profile. So if I want that shortcut on the desktop to be the saved location, I actually can't use that shortcut, but I can create a new one. Now, it's actually not a problem to leave it in this Windows Tools folder. That is actually supposed to put it into the Start menu in the Programs folder under Windows Tools. But if I just want it on my desktop, then I can just choose Desktop as the location. And let's just call it My Console. Okay, so we'll get rid of the number 1 here. And I'll go ahead and save this, and that will save it. But notice now that I have two icons. If I double-click the original MMC shortcut, I once again go back to a blank console. But clearly, if I use My Console, that is the one that is saved. Okay, so let's go ahead and add another snap-in, and we'll go with Event Viewer again and add that, and we'll just click on OK for the local computer. Click on OK again. Now I've made another change. If I just close and say yes to saving it, then it will update accordingly, and that saved location, of course, is already specified as the desktop. So if I double-click now, my changes have been saved. So really what I can do now is to just get rid of this additional shortcut here. Okay, then I can just place that on the desktop, and I always have my custom console available to me. Okay, once again, if you do have permission and the ability to connect to remote systems, then this becomes a very good tool for centralizing all of your administrative interfaces for not just your own computer, but all of the computers that you might need to work with. In this video, we'll take a look at using the Remote Desktop utility, which allows you to establish a connection to your desktop remotely from another computer, which of course can be very useful when you do not have physical access to your system. Now, before we get into anything here, I do want to emphasize that what we are about to see in this demonstration is only applicable if you are in the same network as the target system. In other words, the one to which you want to connect. It absolutely is possible to connect over Remote Desktop to your system from very remote locations, such as when you're traveling, but that does involve additional configuration. I will touch on that later, but for the time being, let's just take a look at establishing a connection. Now, interestingly enough, I am actually using a remote desktop connection right now. The system that I'm physically in front of is my own local Windows 10 system, and this Windows 11 system that you're seeing right now is actually a virtual machine in Microsoft Azure, but I am using the remote desktop utility to gain access. So the first thing that you need to do on any system into which you want to connect is turn it on. In other words, this is a feature that can be enabled or disabled. So first and foremost, what we need to do is allow incoming connections. So for that, we can just go to our Start menu here, and we can click on the Settings app. And in here, you'll find the remote desktop under the System node, which comes up by default anyway. So we just need to scroll down a little bit, and you will find Remote Desktop. So let's just click here. And as mentioned, it is just an on-off feature. So if you do want to connect into any given system, that system must have the feature enabled. If you never want anyone to connect into it remotely, then by all means turn it off. But once it's turned on, then there is another consideration. We do see a little farther down, remote desktop users. So we can then select which users are allowed to remotely access this PC. Now we can just click here and it will show you the list of users who are currently allowed. Now there's no one in the list, but do take note that down below this empty white space here, it does say in my case that M. Bishop already has access. That's the local account that I'm using on this system, and the reason it's listed as already having access is because that account is a member of the local administrators group. In other words, if you are already a local administrator, then you do not need to add yourself or anyone else who is an administrator to this list. But what you can do is to add other users who aren't administrators. Okay? So just to quickly demonstrate that, I'll click on Add. And I have a couple of user accounts on this system, so I'll just type in user1 and click Check Names, click on OK. And now that user also has the ability to connect using Remote Desktop, but they have not been made administrative. Okay, so this way I don't have to give them more privileges than they require. So I'll just click on OK, and now other users are able to connect in remotely. So, of course, that's up to you, and it depends on the user accounts that you have on this system. But, again, as long as the feature itself is turned on, and you are already an administrator, then there's nothing else that you need to do, okay? So, with that enabled, then you need to launch the client connection utility on the other system. So, for me, that's my actual local Windows 10 computer, so let me just pull that up here. And this is what the connection window would look like. You do need to specify the name or the IP address of the computer, and you will then be prompted for credentials even if you have already connected once before, but it does give you the option to remember the credentials, although you still have to type in the password every time. Now, I do not need to click on Connect here because I've already connected to this system, but this utility is available on all systems running Windows ever since at least Windows 2000, I believe, possibly even earlier than that. So you always have the client connection utility available to you. Now, just for the sake of seeing that, let me return back to the Windows 11 client here, and I'll just click on the Start button, and you can just start typing in the word remote, and there you see Remote Desktop Connection. So again, all you need to know is the name of the computer or its IP address. So let's return back to the previous utility, because what I'd also like to show you is that there are additional options other than just making the connection, and that's this Show Options button here. So if we expand that and then go to the General tab, this is where you can specify an option to always ask for credentials or for it to remember your username, but again, it will always prompt you for a password. And you can save all of these properties in a connection so that when you pull it up each time, everything will remain consistent. And if you go to the Display tab, you can customize the size of the window when you do make the connection. You can set it to full screen or full resolution, or you can compact it a little bit more if you need to save a little bit of your own desktop space. You can choose the color depth of the remote session. Typically, you want that at its highest quality, but the higher the quality, the more bandwidth you require. So if you're on a slow connection, you might actually want to set that to a lower value. And this option to display the connection bar when you use full screen places a little blue tab up toward the top, which can be used to minimize the session and return back to your local desktop. Now, the tab itself that appears can also be pinned so that it always shows, or it can be hidden so that it automatically hides itself. Then when you just place your mouse at the top of the screen, it will reappear automatically, very much like the taskbar hides itself if you have that feature turned on. So you can just hover over the taskbar and it will reappear. Okay, and there are also some other options in here for local resources, and this allows you to configure things like your remote audio to play on the local system that you're using. So if the remote system makes a sound, it plays on my local computer. Then you can also have keyboard combinations that might only apply to your own computer, apply to the remote computer. And perhaps most notably, if you have a printer on your local system, then the remote system will show that the printer is available. So you can print something from the remote computer to the actual printer that is attached to your local computer. Then the same thing applies to the clipboard, and if you click more, you can even include other devices, so that basically the devices and the various services that are available on your own local system become available on the remote computer. So those are up to you, but you can always enable or disable those at your convenience. And then if we go to the Experience tab, you can specify some of the connection quality options. Again, higher quality is typically better, but it requires more bandwidth. And on the Advanced tab, this is where you can configure the option to connect to your system from anywhere, but it does require that you involve your network administrators or whoever looks after your external networking environment, because what you need is what's referred to as a remote desktop gateway. So if your environment already has that set up, then you can click the Settings button here, and you can specify to try to automatically detect those server settings, or you can use specific settings and you can contact your network administration to find out what they are. But again, this needs to be present in your environment before you can connect into your system from the outside or from on the internet. Now, there are other ways this can be done, but this involves setting up routers and what's known as port forwarding, and that's a lot more than we can get into in this demonstration. So again, connecting to remote systems within the same network requires nothing more than the target system having the feature turned on, and of course, you having the permission to connect to that system. If you do need these external connections, it is possible, but you will need to coordinate with your network administration to ensure that either a remote desktop gateway server is in place or a router has been set up with the appropriate configuration for you to be able to get through that router to your system. But once everything is set up and you establish the connection, then you might as well be working at that computer. Again, I'm using a remote connection right now, and from the perspective of an end user, at least in terms of software and configuration, there's nothing that I can't do on this system. If you are connecting into a physical computer, then there are a few limitations. For example, if it had an optical drive, I could not physically insert a DVD into the tray, but I can perform anything in terms of the software, the configuration, and just generally using the system. So again, I can launch any application, I can launch any setting, I can configure anything on the system using the remote desktop application. In this demonstration, we'll provide an overview of using the System Configuration utility in Windows 11, and this is also available in many other versions of Windows. In fact, it has been around for quite some time, And it primarily deals with the configuration of the system when it boots. Now, those aren't the only options that are available, but configuring boot behavior is one of the primary tasks. Now, in terms of accessing the utility, you can just click on the Start button, and you can type in system configuration, but there is a bit of a shortcut because the command for the executable itself is msconfig. So if you just start typing that in, you'll notice that system configuration does come up in the menu. So we can simply choose that, and it will launch the utility. Now, there are 5 tabs across the top, although the Startup tab, while it's still there, has been moved to the Task Manager, but we'll come to that in just a moment. On the General tab, you see the Startup Selection option, and this basically allows you to determine the type of boot. So we see Normal Startup, Diagnostic Startup, and a Selective Startup, which actually is enabled in my case. That might have been from a previous video, but that's fine. But essentially, this is how your system boots. Now, normal is exactly that. It will load all device drivers and services, but diagnostic only loads basic devices and services, and it's somewhat similar to safe mode. Selective startup allows you to enable or disable the options below, such as loading system services and loading startup items. So they're useful for troubleshooting. You can just try some of these options to see if your system will boot correctly if you're experiencing problems. Now, one thing to take note of, however, is that if you do set any given option, such as the diagnostic startup, then it will remain that way until you change it to something else. So it's not just a one-time boot option. Then on the Boot tab, there are other options with respect to safe booting. So we can also go in here and enable a safe boot, which again is effectively like the safe mode, but then you do have some other options. For example, minimal is the default, which is in essence safe mode. It loads the bare minimum of services and drivers just to get Windows up and running, but you might need something like the network available to you as well, so you can choose that option. Now, these options here are radio buttons, meaning you can only choose one of them. So as you select each option, the other option is deselected. Whereas over on the right-hand column, we see some more options, but these are checkboxes, meaning that you can select any or all of them in any combination. Now, the no GUI boot in this case suppresses some of the boot animations. A boot log would record the process. Base video is the minimal video settings, and OS boot information displays what's happening during the boot process so that you can verify each step. Again, if you set any of those options, they will remain that way until you change them. So let's just undo the safe boot option as well as these other options over here. Then on the Services tab, this is not really where you would configure the services fully. For that, I do suggest you use the Services console, but it does display a list and the manufacturer of any given service and its current status. So you can choose to enable and or disable all of them here. Now again, that would not be something you would do normally, but it can be useful for troubleshooting. You can also hide all Microsoft services so that you only see third-party services. Then you might try disabling those, but again, those options can be useful for troubleshooting. So again, while it's not the full services configuration console, you do have the option to enable or disable the startup configuration, and you can do that by simply checking and or unchecking. So if it's unchecked, then it will not start up the next time the system boots. If it's checked, it will. Then here on the Startup tab is what I mentioned earlier about this tab being moved to the Task Manager. So it does tell you to manage startup items, use the startup section of Task Manager, and there is a link here to open the Task Manager. So if we click that, it brings us straight to the Task Manager and the Startup tab. So this tab, in fact, used to be only in the System Configuration utility. It was not in Task Manager. So it has been moved, but the functionality is the same. It simply allows you to configure which applications will start automatically each time the system boots. Now, this is entirely up to you. There are very few applications that actually need to start automatically, and the more you have in here, the longer the startup process will take. But applications that are configured to start automatically will launch more quickly when you open them during any Windows session. So it's just a matter of when your time savings occurs. If all of these are disabled, then your boot will take less time, but it will take a little more time to launch any given application. I generally tend to suggest that you keep this list as minimal as possible because there might be a lot of applications that are starting automatically that you don't use at all or very infrequently. So keep an eye on this list, but to configure any given option, you can just select it. Then you can right-click and either choose Enable or Disable, depending on its current state, to reconfigure it to the other option. And if we go back to the System Configuration utility, the final tab is Tools, and this simply lists out several commonly used administrative and/or configuration tools in a centralized location so that you can access them quickly and easily. So if, for example, I do want to see the computer management console, I can just select it and click the Launch button, and it will bring me directly in there. So again, it's just a centralized option for accessing these administrative tools. So primarily, it is used to configure options for the boot and, as we saw, the applications that start up automatically, but generally this is not a utility that is used all that often. Once you have your preferences set, you'll tend to leave them that way, but you can certainly make changes at any time using your system configuration tool. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at using the command prompt in Windows 11, which is a utility that has been around for a very long time in virtually every version of Windows. And in fact, it goes all the way back to some of the earliest implementations of Microsoft operating systems when, prior to graphic user interfaces, there was only a command prompt, and that was the operating system known as DOS, or DOS, which stands for Disk Operating System. And almost all of the original commands are still supported in current versions of the command prompt, but of course new commands have been introduced as the operating system has progressed. But again, the idea is to simply use the command prompt to interact with your system, and there are many instances where this might be faster or simply easier than using a graphic interface, and in some cases there are more configurable options through the command prompt than there are in the graphic user interfaces. Now, ultimately, it will come down to your personal preferences, but I will show you some common examples of some tasks that can be performed using the command prompt, plus just some of the features of the utility itself, beginning with how you access it. So, of course, from our desktop here, we can just go to the Start button, and you can just click there and simply start typing in the word command, and you should see command prompt. Now, one thing I do want to point out right away is the option over on the right-hand side to run as administrator. If your user account is administrative, then you'll see this option. And this option is there because when you launch the command prompt, even if your account is administrative, Windows will default to run it as a standard user. And this is because the command prompt can be used to perform tasks that might be considered potentially harmful if you execute them incorrectly. So as a result, it will not allow you to execute certain commands unless you run the utility as an administrator. So I'll go ahead and choose that option, but that is not really necessary in every instance. It's up to you. Now, it opens up in a standard window, and for starters, this window is movable and even sizable, so you can just drag and drop and position your cursor on any edge or border, and you can resize the window. If you click on the small icon on the upper left-hand corner, you can choose some menu options with respect to its overall configuration, and those can be accessed from the Properties menu. So in here, on the Options tab, you do have quite a few options, and it's likely that the default configuration is fine, but you can change the command history value, and I'll show you that in just a moment. There are some edit options whereby you can configure features such as cut, copy, and paste, and you have the option for text selection. So as the name indicates, all of those are options, but you can also go to the Font tab and you can increase the font size if you find it a little bit difficult to read, and you can even change the font. The layout options allow you to set default properties for the window size and position. And on the Colors tab, you can even change the color for both the text and the background. And on the Terminal tab, you can change things like the cursor shape and the cursor color as well. Again, those are all options. I encourage you to explore a little bit and just set those values to whatever you like. But back in the interface itself, again, the idea is to simply use commands to interact with your system. Now, there are far too many commands to go through them all. But as mentioned, I will show you some common examples of what you can do. And one of the more basic command sets is simply creating a directory structure. So for that, you can type in MD for make directory, then simply provide the pathway as to where you want this folder to be. So I'm going to say C:// and I'll create a folder called my folder. And I'm just going to create it as all one word. You can enter a space if you want to, but then you would have to enclose that pathway in quotation marks. So that's fine. So I'll just hit enter, and that will create that folder. So let's just quickly verify that. Let's open up my Windows Explorer. And if I go to the C drive, I now see my folder. So we can go back into the command prompt and we can go to that folder by issuing the change directory command, which is CD. Then enter a space and then enter that same path. So C:/my folder, and it will change us to that directory. So notice the prompt no longer says C:/users mbishop, which is my user account. It now shows C:/my folder. And now if I wanted to view the contents of this folder, I can type in the dir command for directory listing and just hit enter, and it would show me what's in there. Now clearly I did not put anything in there, so the directory currently shows as empty. It shows 0 files and 0 bytes. It simply shows that directory itself. I can create another directory in here if I want to by simply using the MD command again. And if I want to remove the folder, I can type in RD for remove directory. And once again, type in the same path, C:/my folder. Enter, and whoops, my mistake. I cannot remove the folder because I am currently in the folder. So what I can do here is to do another change directory. And if I just do ... this will bring me back one level, so to speak, to the parent object, which in this case is the C drive. I can also type in CD /, which represents the root directory, so that will always take you back to the root of the drive. So there I am back at the C drive again. Now I can issue that remove directory command. Now here actually is a good opportunity for me to show you that option that we saw in the properties window, whereby it remembers a certain number of commands. If you have already typed in a command, you can use your up and down arrows on the keyboard to retrieve previously issued commands. So if I hit my up arrow right now, it shows me the very last command that I entered, but if I hit it again, it shows me the command that I entered just prior to that, which in this case was the remove directory command. So now I can hit enter, and that folder is now gone. So let's return back to File Explorer, and let's verify that, and we should now see that the folder has been removed. Okay, so again, those are some very basic file and folder management commands. So now let's take a look at some more interactive commands that you can use for maybe troubleshooting and or configuring the system. And I'll start with one that is very common. And actually before that, let me show you another command that can be useful. CLS clears the screen. That's what that stands for. That's clear screen. So if I hit enter, I return to the same prompt, but everything else is removed. So when it comes to something like your network configuration, a very common command is ipconfig, which, as the name suggests, shows you the configuration of your IP address. So we can just hit enter, and we see the address configuration that I have for this particular system. So I can now verify connectivity if I see a valid configuration, or perhaps more to the point, if I see something that looks invalid. Now I can view more information about my configuration if once again I hit the up arrow to retrieve the ipconfig command, then enter in a space and a /, then the word all. And anytime you use these forward slashes, these are referred to as either parameters or sometimes you'll hear the term switches, and they allow you to be more granular with the command. So if I hit enter now, I see much more information about the IP configuration. So just to quickly compare, let's clear the screen for a moment here. And let's say I want to determine that information using the graphic interface. Well, I certainly can, but I would go to the Start button. Then I would choose something like the Settings node. Then from the Settings app, I would choose something like Network and Internet. Then in here, I would click Ethernet. Then in here, I can scroll down and I see most of that same information right here. So that's certainly an option. You can also go through the control panel, but that was 4 or 5 interfaces to open depending on which path you take. If I'm already in the command prompt, it's a single command, ipconfig /all, and that's it. I see that same information. Now, of course, I would have had to launch the command prompt, but there are many instances where the command prompt can in fact be faster than using the graphic interfaces. Now, that's just displaying information, so let's take a look at performing some configuration tasks, and a good example for that is working with services. So let's imagine that you're having some difficulty printing. So the first thing I might do is to determine what is the status of my print spooler service. So for that, I can use a command called sc, which is service component, and then I can type in the word query, and then the name of the service, which in this case is simply spooler. Okay, so let's hit enter, and we do see that the service is running. That's the state value there. But again, if I'm experiencing issues, then I might want to stop and restart that service. So I can use the command net stop, then the name of the service, spooler, hit enter, and that will stop the service for me. Then I can restart that service by entering in net start spooler, and that will restart it. Then I might issue the command again to query it to see that it did restart. So once again, I can hit my up arrows, and I can return to the query command and enter that, and now I do see that it's running. And if I want to change something like its startup type, if, for example, I discovered that the service is configured to be disabled, then of course it won't start when the system reboots. So for that, I can use scconfig and the name of the service, spooler, and then I can enter startup equals auto. Hit enter. And oops, that's my mistake. I entered in an incorrect parameter. So let's hit the up arrow to retrieve that command. And again, my mistake. It is not the word startup. It's just start. So start equals auto. Then hit enter. And there we go. It changed the configuration to automatically start. Okay, so again, there are far too many individual commands to go through, but once you become more familiar with some of those commands, then the command prompt is in fact a very useful tool for interacting with and configuring your Windows system, particularly when you're troubleshooting or trying to determine the state of a service or any given configuration value. In this presentation, we'll provide an overview of PowerShell in Windows, which is a command line tool developed by Microsoft and introduced with Windows XP and Server 2003. And it provides an ideal method of not only configuring your systems, but also automating common administrative tasks, because although single commands can certainly be entered, a collection of commands can be stored in what's known as a script file. So if, for example, you need to create new user accounts very often that also set up a mailbox at the same time, along with various other features, you can combine all necessary tasks into the script file, then execute that same script each time a new user is created, and simply supply variable values such as the username and password with each execution. Now, that said, PowerShell is an extensive language, so to speak, so it will take some time to become comfortable with its use, but when used effectively, there is almost nothing that you couldn't configure with PowerShell. And again, because of its automation capabilities, it can save you a tremendous amount of time. Other benefits of PowerShell include a well-integrated command line experience for the operating system, in that is available by default on all versions of Windows and requires no installation or configuration. You can perform almost any administrative task or system management task using PowerShell, and in fact, there are often more configurable options in PowerShell than there are in the graphic interfaces, so it allows you to be more granular with your tasks. And it can be used with either client devices or servers. So while it's often used much more by administrators and developers who might interact with servers more so than desktops, there are very often tasks that will still need to be performed against client devices. So in short, if it's running Windows, it supports PowerShell. Now, one quick note about terminology. Although it is referred to as a command line environment, the official term for the commands you enter in PowerShell is actually commandlet, which is a combination of command and applet. The term command is applicable to something like the command prompt. Now, in day-to-day conversation, you might hear the term command used when referring to PowerShell, and for the most part that's fine. But with respect to the official distinction, a command is a standalone executable file, whereas a commandlet is referred to as a class object that is built using the .NET framework. Now, that might mean very little to end users, but in short, for developers, it's much easier for them to build a commandlet than it is to build a command. So PowerShell is a very extensible language. New commandlets are coming out all of the time as new applications and features are released. PowerShell also comes with a more graphic environment known as the Integrated Scripting Environment, or ISE. And either the inherent command line environment or the ISE can be used at any given time, but the standard command line environment is a little more suited to issuing more simple commandlets, perhaps one at a time, whereas the ISE is better suited to building scripts. As such, it has features such as color coding for different types of PowerShell objects, autosave to ensure that your scripts aren't lost if your system fails or if the application freezes, debugging for troubleshooting scripts, automatic code completion once enough characters have been entered to uniquely distinguish any given commandlet or parameter, and syntax checking to help ensure your scripts will execute properly. And on the topic of syntax, PowerShell implements a consistent verb-noun format for every PowerShell commandlet, meaning that the first term is always a verb, such as get, start, or set, then a dash as a separator, then a noun, such as event log or service. And again, every single PowerShell commandlet uses this format. But that's the most basic syntax. From there, you can get more specific by adding in parameters, which are always prefaced with a dash. So, for example, a commandlet such as get net IP address on its own would display both your version 4 and your version 6 IP address information. But you can be more specific by entering the parameter of address family, then specifying the family value that you want to see, in this case IP version 4, and it will not display version 6 information. Some commandlets will accept a value without having to specify a parameter because there is only one parameter value type that is supported. So the final commandlet of set execution policy is to configure the security level for which types of scripts can be executed. Since the only parameter is the security level, only the value of unrestricted in this example is required. Again, it will take some time to become proficient at PowerShell, at least if you're looking to build complex scripts. But single commandlet execution only requires a little bit of learning with respect to what commandlets can be used and their basic syntax. And I should finish up by mentioning that although PowerShell uses commandlets as opposed to commands, all commands that you might issue in the command prompt are also supported from within PowerShell. So in fact, you could issue either get net IP address or the command prompt equivalent of ipconfig, and both will work in PowerShell. So if you're already in PowerShell and you want or need to issue a command prompt command, you can simply remain in PowerShell as opposed to having to launch both tools. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at using the Service Manager utility to manage your services. Now, for starters, in terms of just getting to this interface, there are a couple of quick options. Most notably, you can just click on the Start button or in the search bar, and then just start typing in services, and this will certainly come up as an available option. If, however, you are already in the computer management utility, then you can also access services from there. So that can be accessed by right-clicking on the Start button, then choosing Computer Management. Once you're in here, you can just click on Services and Applications, then double-click on the Services node here, and you will see the exact same interface. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. I should mention that you can also expand Services and Applications over on the left-hand side, then just select Services from there. It doesn't matter. Those are exactly the same interfaces. Okay, so I'm just going to close this one and go back to just the Services console here. Now, there are quite a few services, and of course, we can't go through each individual service here, but the idea of using the Services console is to manage the services if you need to. Now, I will tell you that there aren't a lot of cases where you'll need to come in here and work with your services. They are fairly self-sufficient, if you will, but it never hurts to check from time to time, and it can certainly be useful if you're troubleshooting something that doesn't appear to be working correctly. So I'm just going to give you a quick example of what you can do with any given service, and on my particular system here, I did install the Adobe Acrobat Reader. So in my case, I have a service that is specifically for handling updates to Adobe Acrobat. So that's a good example of a service. The application itself doesn't really check for updates. It's this service that does so. And at the moment, it tells us that the service is running under the status column, and it also says that its startup type is automatic, meaning that it will start every time the operating system starts. So you don't ever have to turn it on manually. But what you can do, again, if you're just troubleshooting, and this goes for any service, is to stop the service or restart it or pause it temporarily. So you can do that a couple of different ways. There are links over on the left-hand side to stop and restart. There are buttons up in the button bar. You can also select the service and right-click, and you'll see options for starting, stopping, pausing, resuming, and restarting, depending on the state of the service. You can also double-click, and in here, you'll see the same buttons for starting, stopping, pausing, and resuming. So again, if you feel like there's any issues with a service, you generally can stop it, so you shouldn't have any worries in that regard. So I can go ahead and stop this service, and it will tell me that the service has been stopped. Now I have the option to start it because, of course, it's no longer running. Now I can leave it in its stopped state because its startup type, again, is set to automatic. So if I feel like I'm going to be rebooting my system in fairly short order, or as long as I feel like I don't need that service until I reboot, then the process of rebooting will restart it. Now you might also notice under the startup column here that it says manual, and then there are manual options that say trigger start. Manual means that you must start it yourself. So you would have to go in here, double click on the service, and click on the start button. So I'll go ahead and do that for my Adobe Update service and click on OK. But if it says manual trigger start, then it means it will be started by some other service or the application that it supports. So in other words, it's left in an off state until it's needed, but you don't have to start the service yourself. It will be triggered by something else. Now, on that note, it's also worth mentioning that services can have dependencies on other services, and or any given service can depend on any other service. So if I go back to my Adobe Update service here and double click, there is a tab in here that says dependencies, and it will tell you that this service depends on any other service and or the services that depend on this one. So if there are any dependencies in either case, Stopping the service might affect other services, or if other services are stopped, it could affect this one. It, of course, depends on where those dependencies are, but it's certainly something to take note of. Now, if you stop a service that does have dependent services, it will tell you that those other dependent services will also be stopped. But if you are stopping one that only depends on other services and that service is fine, then it shouldn't have any effect on that other service. But it's always worth taking note of the dependencies before you manage any service, okay? So as far as any given service itself, what I should also point out is that there is a description over here in the center column, and if you double click on it, you'll also see a description in here. So if you aren't certain what any given service is for, then certainly read that description, and if you just do a general internet search about that service, you'll also get a lot more information, because as you can see, there are a lot of services in here, so no one expects anyone to memorize what each of these services is for. But certainly do a little bit of research before you change the status of any given service. But in most cases, if you are just troubleshooting, again, it's usually not an issue to just stop or perhaps restart the service. And one very common example of that I will show you is the print spooler service. So right here, there is the print spooler service. If you are experiencing any issues with printing, then in many cases you can just stop and or restart this service, and it will clear the print queue so that anything in there that might have been stuck or frozen will be cleared out. Then you can start submitting your print jobs again. So that's one example of troubleshooting simply by restarting a service. But as mentioned, be sure to read the description and or just do a little more internet research about that service before doing any significant management. But it's a fairly simple process to just get into your services console and stop, start, or restart any given service, or even change its startup type. I don't think I showed you that, so let me just double click again here, and there is the startup type, and this is a drop down. You can simply choose whichever option is appropriate for that service, but again, you should rely on any documentation or anything that specifically says that you should change the startup type for that service. Most of them, if not all of them, are set appropriately by default. But if you know that any given application or service is being troublesome or perhaps is not being used at all, then you can disable it entirely until you determine what the problem is, or if it isn't being used, you can leave it disabled. But you can change that startup type at any point, so it's not a big deal if you change it to something incorrect. Just reset it back to where it was and you should be fine. Ultimately, service management, again, is not really something that you'll do all that often, but it's certainly useful to know how to get in here and how to manage those services when it's necessary. In this demonstration, we'll see how to manage services using command line tools and the group policy editor. And while you certainly can use the services console, it's not uncommon to manage services using any or all of those tools. So I'm going to begin in the services console here simply because there is one key factor that you need to know if you are going to manage services using command line tools, and that is the name of the service. Now, it might seem a little bit obvious here in the services console what the name is, because there is a name column. So that's right here in this first column. And I'm going to use this Adobe Acrobat update service because it's not overly critical. But that, in fact, is not the name, at least as far as the command line and PowerShell are concerned. So what you need to do is double click on any service, and in here you will see a value called service name. Now, this is the value that you need to use whenever you reference this service using a command. Okay, so you can always find out, and I'm quite confident that all service names do not have any spaces in the name, and that is specifically for management using command line tools so that you don't have to use quotation marks, although it doesn't hurt if you do use quotation marks. But anyway, you always need to know this service name value if you are working with services from a command line or from PowerShell. Okay, so let's cancel this. And I'm going to begin in the PowerShell ISE as far as the commands go. And in here, we'll see how to get a list of all services, stop a service, start a service, and then set its startup type. So the first command is quite simple. All you have to do is issue get service. And I have a comment here that indicates that this will retrieve a list of all services on this system. So let's go ahead and just highlight get service. I'll right click and I'll choose run selection, and there we see the exact same information that we see in the services console. We have to scroll through here, but we do see a list of all services, and it tells me whether that service is currently running or stopped. Okay, and notice in here that it is listing the service by its service name, or that single value that I just showed you. So this way we can confirm that we are working with the correct value, again, at least from the perspective of a command line or PowerShell environment. Okay, so that just gives us all of the services. So if we want to stop a specific service, then the command is stop service. Then the parameter that is required is the name, and this again requires that service name value that is effectively all one word, which in this case is Adobe ARM service. So again, the comment says to stop a specific service by name, and I did mention here that you can put it in quotes if the name has spaces. Whoops, that's supposed to be a parentheses there. But again, I'm quite confident that no service has any spaces in its name, but it will not hurt if you put the name in quotation marks, okay? But it isn't necessary. So we can highlight this and we can go ahead and execute, and this should stop that specific service, okay? So down below, we do see the command having been issued, but it doesn't really give us any information here, at least not in this interface. But if we go back to the services console here and open this up, we can refresh, and we should see that the service is now no longer running. So its status does not say running, okay? It doesn't say stopped, but it shows nothing. So that means that it has stopped, okay? So now let's go ahead and restart that same service. And as you might imagine, the command is start service, then the same parameter of name, and of course the same name. So let's go ahead and we will run this selection, and that should start the service. Okay, now once again, let's return back to the services console. Let's refresh, and we should now see that it is running, and there it is. Okay, now we can also set the service startup type in here, and that's this last command that I have. So it's set service in this case. Then we still use the name parameter and pass in the name. And then the next parameter is called startup type, all one word. Then the value is automatic in this case, or we can change it to something else, such as manual, because in fact, I do believe it's currently set to be automatic. So let's go ahead and execute to reset this to a manual startup. We'll right click and run that selection. And once again, we'll return back to the services console and we'll refresh. And we should see that the startup type is going to change from automatic to manual. It currently says automatic. Let's refresh. Now it says manual. Okay, so let's return back and we'll change it back to automatic. And we'll re-execute that same command and run that selection. And let's return back to the services console and refresh and verify that it has changed back to automatic. Okay, so there we have the basic commands of stopping, starting, and changing the startup type in a PowerShell environment. Now, just before we see the command prompt options, I do want to show you what happens as you start typing in the commands here in PowerShell. So I'll just retype something like the stop service command. So for starters, once you hit the dash, it will show you a list of all available options to complete that command. And the more you type, the more the options narrow down. So now I'm to the point where the only option is stop service. So all I have to do is hit the tab key here and it will automatically complete. Then when I hit the dash here for the parameter, all of the parameter options come up, and of course I want the name parameter here. So if I just hit the letter N, it will go to the first entry that starts with N, but if I hit the letter A now, again, the more letters I type, the more the list becomes filtered. So once again, I can just press tab and it will automatically complete. I also could have just double clicked on the name from the list. Then once I hit the spacebar here, watch what else happens. It gives me the list of every service on this system. So I don't have to type anything here. There's the service that I want, this Adobe ARM service. So once again, I can just double click. So this is great for helping you avoid typos and ensuring that you are working with the correct service or the correct value if you're working with some other component. Okay. So let's just minimize PowerShell here, and we'll open up the command prompt and we'll perform some of those same tasks. So to stop a service from the command prompt, it's net stop, then again that single value name, which is Adobe ARM service. It does not matter about the case, so we can just go ahead and hit enter, and it tells us the service is stopping in here and that it was also stopped successfully, whereas PowerShell was not giving us those indicators. Now we can just hit the up arrow here to retrieve that command, and we can then just move our cursor back to the word stop, and then we can backspace and we can change that for the word start, then hit enter, and that will restart that same service. And to change the startup type, the utility is known as SC, which stands for Service Control, then the word config, then the name of the service again, so Adobe ARM service. Then to set the startup type, it's start equals, but in the command line, the value is simply auto to set it to automatic. And manual is actually not manual, it's called demand. Okay, so I think we are currently set back to automatic, so let's set it to demand. So that has changed. Then let's hit the up arrow and we'll set it back to auto and hit enter, and that has changed back. Now, to finish up, we'll take a quick look at managing services using the group policy editor. So I'm just going to switch over to another system that I have here. And this is a server. In fact, it's a domain controller. And this can be used to create a policy that can be distributed to any number of systems throughout a domain to configure the services. Now, this is done from the group policy editor, which I have already launched. And in every domain, there is always a default domain policy. So this is enabled and it is being distributed by default. So we can use this policy, or you could create your own and then deploy it to any specific organizational unit or the entire domain. That's up to you. For the time being, I just want to show you the settings for managing services themselves. So you can right click on any policy that you're going to use and then choose edit. I have already done that, and that brings up the policy editor. Then from here, you can expand computer configuration, then policies, then Windows settings, then security settings, and in here you'll find system services. Now, this list over on the right-hand side contains the exact same list of services, although there might be a few discrepancies simply because this system is running Windows Server 2019 and client systems are running Windows 11 in this case, so there might be a few minor differences, but you can double-click on any given service and then you can simply determine whether you want to specify if this service should be managed by the policy. So you simply have to select it, then configure its startup mode. So of course that's up to you. Then just click on OK, and basically that will be the state of that service on all recipient systems. Now, the fact that every other service says not defined does not mean that the service is not going to start. It simply means that it's not going to be affected by the policy. So whatever state it is currently in, that's how it will stay. So this can be used by system administrators to simply ensure that all appropriate services are running and or starting up the way they should, and that perhaps certain services are disabled if they aren't being used or if perhaps they feel they might present some sort of security risk. So it's not uncommon for administrators to configure services through policies, but I do want to clarify that this is likely not something that you would be doing on a local or a standalone client system running Windows 10 or Windows 11. But with that all said, again, services can be managed in a number of ways, and ultimately, it doesn't really matter which method is used as long as the services are configured appropriately. In this video, we'll take a look at managing devices in Windows, which uses the aptly named Device Manager utility. Now, for starters, this system that I'm working on here is a virtual machine, which does not have any actual physical hardware. So I'm not going to do anything in this system. I will, in fact, use my own computer for this. But as far as accessing the device manager is concerned, you can just right-click directly on the Start button and then choose Device Manager. Okay. Now, the interface for Device Manager is identical in Windows 10 and Windows 11, so it doesn't matter. And in fact, you can access the Device Manager in exactly the same way. If you right-click on the Start button in Windows 10, you will also see the option for Device Manager. Okay, so I'll leave that up. But here is my own device manager on my system, and I am still running Windows 10. So as you can see, the interface is identical. Now, you'll see all of the categories for your devices, and you can expand any one of them to see what is under that category with respect to the actual specific devices. And of course, you can work with any device in any way. A fairly common example is a Wi-Fi adapter or any other type of network adapter. So I'm just choosing that fairly arbitrarily, but you can work with any device, and many of the options we'll see here will be the same regardless of the device type, with the exception of the settings for that device, because of course what you can do in terms of configuration will depend on what the device itself is. Okay. But let's take a look at my wireless adapter on my system here. So I've expanded network adapters already, and mine comes with a built-in wireless adapter. So what we can do is just double click on the device itself, and we see several tabs across the top. And on the General tab, it tells me that the device is disabled. Now, I did do that intentionally because I wanted to show you how you can enable the device, which you can do simply by clicking on this button. Now, I do also want to show you that in the background, there's a little arrow pointing down. It's fairly small, so I know it's hard to see, but that also indicates that the device is disabled. And in fact, let me just cancel here. I could right-click on this device and simply choose Enable Device. And while I have this menu open, I should also point out that you can update the driver by right-clicking, uninstall the device, or scan the entire system for any type of hardware changes. I'll come back to some of those options in just a moment. So let's go back into the interface by double-clicking. And we'll go ahead and enable the device, and it does tell me it's disabled, so I can just click on Next here, and that's it. It is now enabled. Okay, so I might see a refresh happen in the background, but the device is now enabled, and I can still go ahead and work with other properties. So that's a fairly simple option. Many devices can be enabled and or disabled temporarily. So let's double click to go back in. Now we do see a few extra tabs because the device has been enabled. So that might change, of course, depending on the state of any given device. But if we go to the Driver tab, this is a common task with respect to devices. You can see the current driver details. You can update the driver. If you have updated the driver and you discover that it causes some kind of a problem, you can roll back to the previous. So this is a very nice feature. It quite simply gives you an undo option, if you will. So quite literally, the previous driver will be retained until you perform another update. So it always keeps that previous version, and it always gives you that rollback option if for any reason the updated driver fails. You can disable the device now since I have enabled it, and I can uninstall it entirely. Now, with respect to updating the driver, if you are going to do this manually, then you do need to know which driver you'll need. Now, I will quickly show you the process here, but there's a fair amount to this. You need to ensure that you are working with the correct driver for that device. So what I did was to simply do a general internet search for exactly this name of wireless adapter, and this is actually provided by the OEM manufacturer of this laptop. And I did find the download for it, and I went ahead and downloaded the driver. Now, in my case, I'm actually already using the most up-to-date driver, but the process is still the same. So let me just quickly show you what was downloaded. I have my downloads directory here, and this is the file that was downloaded. Now, it is an executable, and I just double-clicked on it, and it gave me the option to simply install everything on its own, or I could just unpack the files, if you will, or what's known as extracting the files. So I just extracted them because I did not need to run the entire executable. My device is already installed. I'm just looking to possibly update it. Okay, so I extracted the files and I just copied them to the root of my C drive. So these are the files themselves. Okay, now you don't really need to do anything with these files, but let me just go back a few steps here. Again, as mentioned, I placed them directly on the root of my C drive simply so that they would be easy to locate. So I called the folder by the product name, and if I double click here, I did not create any of these. These were the extracted files, okay? So it has this folder called production. Then there are various different operating systems. So of course I chose Windows 10, and in here, this is the model of mine, 1525. So again, I did not create any of those folders, nor do I need to do anything with them. I just need to have them, okay? So let's minimize this. And the process now is to simply click Update Driver. Now, you can tell the system to search automatically, and it will search some of the more common locations, such as the Downloads folder. But since I extracted the files manually, and I placed them on the root of my C drive, it's probably best if I just locate and install the driver manually. So I'm going to browse my computer for drivers. Then it asks for the location. Now, I've already gone through the process. That's why that directory is there. But I would just have to hit Browse here and specify my C drive, then choose the directory here, then click on OK. And there's a checkbox here that says to include all of the subfolders. So it will look through the entire directory structure. Okay, click on Next, and it's searching, but it tells me that in my case, I'm already using the most up-to-date driver. But had I been using an older one, it would have presented me with a list of options based on all of those files. So I just simply choose the one that I want, click on OK, and that's it. Okay, so I'll click Close here. But even though that didn't do anything in terms of updating the driver, that is the process. And then I want to reiterate that if I then discover that there's a problem with that driver, I can simply click on Rollback and it will just discard the change and it will go right back to what I was using before and everything should be fine. Okay. So that's the process of updating, but you can also configure devices in here. And again, it depends on the type of device and what that device is for. But if you go through some of the other tabs, such as the Advanced tab, you will find some settings. And particularly for this device as a Wi-Fi adapter, I might go to the wireless mode and hit the drop down here and make sure it's using an appropriate wireless mode for the environment that I'm currently in. There's also a power management tab, which can help to save power if you are running on battery with a laptop. So that's an option as well. But again, the configurable options will vary based on the type of device. So to finish up, I also want to point out that if you go to the action menu for your system, you can choose any action here, such as updating the driver, disabling the device, uninstalling the device, but then we also see options for effectively adding hardware. Now, scanning for hardware changes is effectively invoking an automated process whereby Windows will attempt to detect anything that has changed. So if, for example, you have physically installed something or plugged in a USB device and it does not seem to have been picked up automatically, you can force the system to scan for those changes. But adding legacy hardware typically refers to devices that are not going to be discovered automatically, in which case you would perform effectively the same process as updating the driver. You would specify where the files are, and that would manually install the device, but you do need to have the appropriate files. Legacy effectively refers to devices that precede the feature known as plug and play, which automatically detects hardware and installs the appropriate files also automatically. Then you do have a shortcut here to the devices and printers node if you want to add a printer or perhaps a scanner or something similar, and you can always see the properties for any given device. So ultimately, Device Manager, as its name indicates, allows you to manage all of your devices, but if you are going to be performing tasks such as manual installations and or updating drivers, then do be sure that you are working with the correct files so that you don't cause any problems with those installations. But again, if you do discover problems, drivers can be rolled back and or devices can be uninstalled. In this video, we'll see how to perform some basic device management using PowerShell. Now, a couple of quick points. When you are working with devices from PowerShell, you'll want to do so as an administrator. So your account itself, first of all, must be administrative. But even when you are an administrator, certain utilities such as PowerShell will load using standard user credentials by default. This is why certain applications present you with the option to run them as an administrator. So I have already opened my Start menu and I've typed in Windows PowerShell ISE, and we do see the option to run it as an administrator. You can also right-click on the shortcut itself and choose Run as Administrator, but this ensures that any administrative tasks will not be blocked. Again, this is simply because these utilities run with standard user credentials by default. So as long as your account is administrative, you'll have this option to run the application with administrative credentials. Okay, now I have already launched the utility, so let me just pull it up here. And first of all, what I'm going to do is to simply retrieve a list of devices. So that's my first commandlet. And in PowerShell, the syntax is get PNP device, which stands for plug and play device. So this will retrieve all devices on the system. So let's right click and run this selection. And there they are. Now there are quite a few. You could scroll through and you could select any particular one to work with, but there are quite a lot. Now I also want to point out that when you are dealing with device management in PowerShell, you probably will want to keep it to fairly basic commands. In other words, performing tasks such as installing devices or updating drivers really should be done in the graphic device manager interface. But one of the more common tasks is to enable and or disable a device. So what I'm going to do is to retrieve my wireless network adapter. Now, I'm going to show you how you can find those using what's known as wildcard searches. So I have my get PNP device commandlet already here. Then, since I don't really know the exact name, there is a parameter that is supported by the get PNP device command called friendly name. This allows us to use wildcard searches, which are these asterisks here. So I know it's a little bit hard to see, but in quotation marks here, I have asterisk, wireless, space, network, asterisk, then I've closed off the quotes. This will find all devices that include those words anywhere in the name. Now, I happen to know that those names are included, so you can do a little bit more of a general search if you wanted to. In fact, let me show you that. Let me get rid of the word network. So this will now retrieve any device that contains the word wireless anywhere in its name. So let's highlight, and we'll run this selection. And there they are. But notice that 2 devices came back. Now, that might be fine, but if I want to work with a specific device, it's going to be easier if I just narrow it down. Now, I'll come back to that point in just a moment, because if I want to enable and or disable this device now, I actually need to use a different approach. Now, let me just show you what I'm talking about here. So I'm going to move down to the next line, and I see the device there, and the commands to enable and or disable it are, as you might imagine, enable PNP device and disable PNP device. Now, mine is currently enabled. That's the status of OK that we see down below. So I'm going to type in disable, then dash PNP device, and that automatically completes. But if I then hit the dash to enter the parameter, friendly name is not available as a parameter for the disable PNP device command. So I can't use friendly name, then in quotation marks, asterisk, wireless asterisk. So it's simply not an option. It requires a value known as the instance ID. Now, it is showing me the instance ID down below, so I can work with that, but it's not currently displaying the entire value. But I could reformat the command to see it, but it's a little bit lengthy and a little bit hard in terms of the syntax as well. So, in fact, I actually do not need to use this approach. So I mentioned I would come back to how I can work with this device because I have effectively already located it. So what I can do instead is to just use the existing command that I have already entered, which located the device for me, which is the get PNP device command. So what I can do is what's known as piping. PowerShell allows you to take the results of one command and pass them to another command. So at the end of the first command, I can hit my Shift key, and it's the key directly above the Enter key on the keyboard. It's a straight up and down line. That's the pipe character. Then I can say disable dash PNP device. Okay. What this does is to take the results of the first command and pass them to the second command. But notice that in my case, this command retrieved two devices. So if I were to issue this command as it is, both devices would be disabled. So if I only want to work with one of them, then what I should do is to probably narrow down my search results. So again, in my case, since two values came back, I'm going to insert another word here, and I had this in the first place, but the word network. So if I just issue the get PNP device command with the value of wireless network as the search parameter, that should retrieve only the wireless adapter itself. And there it is, okay? So now I can pass that result to the disable PNP device commandlet, and that will turn it off for me. Okay, so since I've already found the correct device, piping is a great option here. So let's right click and run the selection, and that should disable it. And in fact, it's prompting me that says, are you sure you want to perform this action? I'm going to say yes, and that will disable the device. Now, what we can also do is to verify that by simply running the get PNP device command again without the piped section. So let's highlight and run that. And notice that now the status says error because it's disabled. So now let's enable it. So instead of disable, we'll put in enable, and we'll re-execute the exact same command. Okay, so let's highlight, right click, run selection, and that should prompt me again. I'm going to say yes, and that should re-enable it. And let's do a check one more time by just issuing the get PNP device command. And we'll run that, and now its status shows as OK. So again, there are a couple of different approaches that you can use when managing devices in PowerShell, but this is certainly one of the easier options because that friendly name parameter allows you to perform wildcard searches to locate the specific device. Then the ability to pipe one command into another allows you to work with that device because you've already found it with the first command. Okay, so again, those are fairly basic tasks, but they do allow you to work with many devices at one time as well. For example, if I did want to disable both of those devices that came back with just the word wireless or any other collection of devices that are returned by any command, you can pipe that command into the enable and or disable command, and they will operate on all results, which can be much more efficient than working with each one individually. In this demonstration, we'll see how to use the disk management utility to configure various types of storage. Now, before we get into anything, I do want to point out that this will depend on the configuration of your system itself. For example, if you are working on a home system such as a laptop, then it's quite likely you would only have a single hard drive in that system, and it might be a solid state drive. That's perfectly fine. But chances are 100% of the available space on that drive is being used to store Windows itself, all of your applications, and your personal data. And that's perfectly fine. But it's certainly not uncommon for any type of system to have more than one hard drive installed, and this might be a little more common on a desktop system and certainly very common on network servers. But ultimately, when it comes to being able to make any types of changes in here, you generally would need a system with at least 2 physical hard drives. Now, that said, even if you have something like a C drive that has been configured to use 100% of the available space on the disk, that doesn't mean that you are necessarily using all of that space. So let's just go with some easy math here. So for example, if the drive itself was 1 terabyte in size and you are only actually using maybe 300 or 400 gigabytes, then you do have a lot of free space. So you could actually do what's known as shrinking the volume, then configure some additional types of storage. Now, that's up to you, but it is an option. Now, something else that I would like to address is just a little bit of terminology. You may very often hear the terms partition and volume used somewhat interchangeably, and in day-to-day conversation that's probably fine, but they are not the same thing. So in here, we do see that this particular system is telling me that there is a basic partition here for the C drive. Okay, and again, that's perfectly fine. I actually did not configure that. That was the default state of this system. But what you'll notice in the disk management utility is that over on the left-hand side, you'll see the physical disks that are attached. So they are listed in my case, disk 0, disk 1, disk 2, and disk 3. But if we look at disk 0, there are 3 separate divisions. Those are partitions, okay? Just as a partition in a room might be used as a divider, that is exactly what partitions are on a hard disk. They take the total amount of physical space and they divide it up into smaller usable units. Now, that's sort of the key characteristic of a partition. It always takes 100% of something and then divides it up. So again, for easy math, if you had a single physical hard drive, you could divide it up 50% for one partition and 50% for another, and you could configure separate drive letters in each partition. So that gives you the ability to store data on a separate partition away from the C drive where Windows itself is. That also gives you the ability to do something like uninstalling Windows and or reinstalling it without losing your personal data, because you could store or just do a backup of that personal data to the other drive. But again, the primary characteristic of a partition is that it always acts as a divider, and it will always create something smaller out of that entire available space. So again, a 100% single partition is perfectly fine, but you could also have 2 partitions of 50%, you could have one of 75 and one of 25. It doesn't really matter as long as it all adds up to 100%. So volumes can also do that, and in fact we will see that in just a moment. But volumes have the ability to go the other way, if you will. In other words, I have 2 disks down here, disk 2 and disk 3. What I can do with volumes is to actually combine these 2. So each of these disks is approximately 10 gigabytes. So I'm just going to quickly show you that. I'm going to right-click on disk 2, And if I choose the option for a simple volume, then I am limited to using only the space of this disk. So that largely equates to a partition. I'm taking this single disk and dividing it up. But if I choose a spanned volume, that actually allows me to use both disks. So let me just quickly click on Next, and disk 2 is already selected simply because that's the one I right-clicked on. But disk 3 over here is available to be used. So I can click on that and I can add it in. Now what I can do is use space from both disks. So from disk 2, I won't use all of it, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say about 75%, which would be 7,500 megabytes in this case. Then from disk 3, I can do the same thing. And we'll say 7,500. And that will give me a total of approximately 15 gigabytes that can be addressed as a single drive letter. So let me just click on Next here, and there's the option to assign a drive letter. Then I can use that, from my perspective, as a single drive, even though it is constructed out of 2 drives. Okay, so that's what I mean by being able to go the other way. Partitions cannot do that. You can only take a single disk and divide it up with partitions. Volumes can do the same, but volumes can also span across multiple disks. Okay, now I'm not going to bother configuring that at this point in time. We'll just focus on some of the simpler configurations of what is in fact called a simple volume. So that's the option we saw a moment ago. So I can select this unallocated space, which basically means that this is a brand new hard drive that has never been used, or even if it has, it's been wiped clean. Okay, so let's just imagine that I have physically installed a new hard drive into this computer. Once I open the disk management utility, it should pick up automatically that it's there. You will be prompted to initialize the disk if you just physically attached it and it is being used in this system for the first time. But in almost every case, you just click on OK and it will be initialized and ready to be used. So this is how it will show up as soon as it is initialized. It will report the available space, but it would say that it's unallocated. So what we can do is to create a simple volume which allocates the space. So I'm going to right click and choose New Simple Volume. Then we'll click on Next. Now, as mentioned, you can use all available space. That's perfectly fine. But if you anticipate creating multiple drive letters on this single physical hard drive, then you would not use all available space. So again, just for simple math, let's go with approximately half in this case, which is 5,000 megabytes or 5 gigabytes. Click on Next, and we'll go ahead and assign the drive letter that is selected by default. That's fine, so we'll just click on Next. And as far as formatting is concerned, this applies the file system, which in Windows is set to NTFS by default. That's New Technology File System, and that is what you would definitely want to be using for any system running Windows. Then you can put in a label if you want, so let's just call this something like Data Drive. You can call that whatever you want. And in most cases, you do want to perform a quick format. As its name suggests, it goes much faster. All it does is to effectively remove what's known as the directory entry table or create a new one on a new disk, but you can kind of think of that as the table of contents of a book. So imagine if you had a physical book and you ripped out the table of contents. That effectively equates to a quick format. As far as Windows is concerned, that book is now usable again in terms of rewriting whatever data was there before. So it just works with that table of contents and it makes the disk available to be used. So even if there was data on the disk previously, it would physically still be there, but as far as Windows is concerned, the space is now available to be used. So we'll just click on Next again and click on Finish, and that's it. That is going to create that partition, but it also assigned the drive letter. So as mentioned, volumes can still work within partitions, but they can also span multiple disks, which partitions on their own cannot do. So this has still given us a primary partition here. So now the remaining unallocated space is still available to be used, and I could create another simple volume if I wanted to. I won't bother with that right now because some of the other operations you can do with a volume are to shrink it and or expand it. So let's say that I just took a guess at how much space I'm going to need and I didn't allocate enough. So I need some more space now for this new drive that was just created. Well, as long as there is unallocated space available, I can right-click the existing volume and I can extend it. I can click on Next. It will simply tell me how much space is available to be used on this disk, and there's approximately 5 gigabytes. Let's go with 2500. Click on Next, click on Finish, and there we have it. We have extended this volume, so there's now more usable space. Conversely, if I went too far, I can shrink it. So let's right-click and we'll choose Shrink Volume. Then we'll go back to its previous state. Okay, so it asks us for the amount of space to shrink it by. So I'm going to go with 2500 again. Click on Shrink, and it's right back to the size that it was. Okay, now you do want to be careful if you're shrinking a volume. If you have effectively filled it up with data and you try to shrink it, then you could lose that data. So again, you'll want to be careful in that regard, and I typically recommend that you perform a backup of that data before you do so if there is some question with respect to the actual available space. Now, at any point in time, you can also delete a partition, but certainly if there is data on the drive, you'll want to ensure that you have backed it up, because deleting the partition will effectively render the data useless. So I don't have any data on this drive, so I can simply right-click and I can choose to delete the volume, and it will tell me that it's going to erase everything. So I'm going to go ahead and say yes, and that's it. I'm right back to where I started. Now, the final operation you can also do is to format a volume, which also erases the data, but it keeps the volume in place. So now you can see that I have no volumes whatsoever. So let's quickly create a new one. Once again, we'll go with a simple volume, click on Next, and I'll use approximately half of the space just for the sake of argument. Click on Next, and sure, we'll assign that drive letter, and we'll just go through all of the defaults here. Now, there is the volume in place. But let's say I just want to get rid of the data to start fresh, but I want to keep the volume in place. I can do that by simply right-clicking and choosing Format. Okay, then I can give it a new label if I want to. I could still perform a quick format, that's perfectly fine. But if you do want to erase every section of the disk, you can turn that off. It will take longer, but it is a more thorough operation. Okay, I'm going to leave it on. But if I click on OK, notice that it also tells me that it will erase all data. Okay, but this does not remove the partition nor the volume itself. Okay, so those are some of the basic operations that you can perform using the disk management utility. And again, I'd like to reiterate that in most cases you will only be performing these operations if you have multiple physical hard drives in your system, but you might still be able to do some of them if you only have a single drive, provided you have some space to reclaim or some unallocated space to work with. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at managing files and folders in Windows. And while this might be one of the more basic operations, it's also one of the more important tasks because, quite simply, you need to know where your files are stored. Now, it's something that is also sometimes a little bit misunderstood, at least to those who are just getting started with computing, but I'll come back to that point in just a moment. Now, with respect to file and folder management, the primary tool that you'll use is what's referred to as the File Explorer, or you may hear others refer to it sometimes as the Windows Explorer. But in Windows 11, if you just go down to your taskbar, it should be pinned there by default, and it's this yellow folder-looking icon, and it does say File Explorer, and we can just click on that. And that will, by default, bring you to this quick access window, whereby you'll see pre-configured folders, including desktop, downloads, documents, pictures, music, videos, and the C drive of this system. Now, those are folders, and you can absolutely use those as much as you like. And in fact, most of them are set by default as the location for the appropriate type of file. In other words, if you were to import pictures from, let's say, your smartphone, they would go into the Pictures folder. If you downloaded music, they would most likely go into the music folder. And if you create a document in something like Microsoft Word or Excel, it would by default be stored in the Documents folder. So those are there by default, and they're also there for each user of this system. So if you're even in a home environment, but you have multiple accounts configured on that computer, then each user will have their own set of folders by default. So my Documents folder would not be the same as your Documents folder. So I'm going to work with the Documents folder in this case, simply because it is the default location for most standard documents, such as those created using Microsoft Word or Excel. But you can really configure anything that you want in any folder, and I typically recommend that you do so purely for organizational purposes. There's nothing that says you can't store every document in a single location, but it makes it a lot more difficult to find anything if you do have everything in one place without any type of organization. So as a quick example, let's imagine that this is a laptop and I use it for both work and at home. So from the Documents folder, I'm just going to right click in some empty space here, and I'm going to choose New Folder, and I'll call the first one Work. And then I'll do the exact same thing. I'll right click in some empty space and choose New, and I'll call this one Personal. Okay, so immediately I've created an organizational system so that anything to do with work goes in the Work folder and anything that is personal goes in the Personal folder, but they're all still in that Documents folder. Now, how you organize that is, of course, entirely up to you, and you can create as many folders as are necessary. So then if we go into either one of those, let's say the Personal folder here, I might want to further organize this one. And again, it's entirely up to you how you do that. But let's say I do create a number of Word documents, then I might create a folder specifically for Word documents. Then I might create another one for Excel spreadsheets and another one for PDF files. Again, it really doesn't matter. It's simply a means to locate whatever it is you feel you might need access to a little more easily, as opposed to looking for a single document through possibly thousands of others. So any given folder can contain another folder, which in itself can contain another folder, and in theory you could go on forever. But the more organized you keep it, the easier it will be to navigate. So again, as long as it's something that makes sense to you, it doesn't really matter what you create in terms of a folder structure. But ultimately, folders are just storage locations. They are not files. So let's take a look at creating a file. So in this case, right in this Personal folder here, I can just create something like a text document. So I'll right click and I'll choose New. And here we do have a choice for text document. Now, the options that you see in this menu will actually change depending on which applications you install. For example, if I did have Microsoft Word installed on this system, I would see the option to create a Word document. I simply don't have that application installed yet, but if I create a text document, this is a file. So let's just call this miscellaneous, okay? And I can just hit enter, and there is a file. Now, there's nothing in that file at the moment, but I can double click on it, and I can start entering text. So let's just put in hello world, and then we'll close and save this file. Okay, so now I have a file in the folder, and it's a personal file, so I know that if I need to locate this in the future, it's in the Documents folder under Personal. So again, really that's all it comes down to, is creating some sort of sensible structure so that you can manage your files. Now, with any given file or folder, there are a number of tasks that you can do, including deleting them, copying them, and or moving them. So as far as deleting goes, there are a number of approaches. You'll notice that there is a trash can icon in the button bar here, so you can just select the file, then click on the trash can, or you can right click and choose the trash can button here as well to delete the file. Now that will not permanently delete it. I'm going to go ahead and choose delete, and you might notice that in the background the recycle bin is now showing that there is a file in there. So I can double click on the recycle bin and I see that file, as long as it's in the recycle bin, it's fully recoverable. Just like if you were to throw something in the trash can in your kitchen, if you realize you didn't mean to do that, you can retrieve it. As such, this file is also fully retrievable, so I can just select it and I can click restore all items in this case, but that would affect every file if there were multiple items in here. But since there's only one, it doesn't matter. But if you want it to be selective in here, you could just right click and choose restore, and it will go right back to where it came from. Now, if you delete it from the recycle bin, then it will be deleted. Okay, so basically you get a second chance when it comes to deleting files. So let's return back to the original folder. Now, if I decide that I want to relocate this file, perhaps into the Word documents, I know it's not a Word document, but we can do that by simply dragging and dropping. So if I just click and hold on this file and drag it and drop it, notice that it does say move to Word documents. Okay, that's perfectly fine if that's what you want to do, but that will relocate the file. If you want to make a copy, you can right click and drag and drop, and then it does still say move to Word documents, but as soon as I release the mouse, it gives me the choice. I can copy it or move it. If I copy it, it stays in the original location, but it's also in the new location as well. Okay, I'm going to delete this one just quickly and just show you another method for that. So let's go back to personal. You can also just right click on the file itself, and you can choose these buttons in the toolbar where it says cut or copy. Cut allows you to paste it somewhere else, which is the same as a move, whereas copy would allow you to paste it into the new location, but keeping the original where it is. So for example, if I choose copy, then go into the Word Documents folder by double clicking, now I can right click in here and I can choose paste in the little button bar, and now I did the exact same thing as dragging and dropping it. Okay, so again, there are a number of ways by which you can accomplish the same tasks, but ultimately, as long as you are aware of where your files are and or where you want to copy or move them and ultimately delete them if necessary, then that is your basic file management. Now, I did say that I would come back to a point earlier which dealt with the fact that sometimes users are not entirely certain where files are stored if they are just getting started. And the specific example that I'm referring to in this case is using some kind of an application such as a media player that allows you to create something like a playlist. Many music players, for example, allow you to create playlists. So in Windows, there is a media player utility, and if you open that up, you might have a playlist in there. So I very often hear new users referring to their files in media player. Now, that's fair enough because they open the application and they see the files, but that's not where the files are stored, okay? Media player simply gives you access to those files, but for an example like that, the files themselves would almost certainly be in the music directory here. So it's just a matter of terminology, and again, it's fair enough that users think that because they open the application and they see the list of files, but there's always going to be some sort of storage location for that content. The playlist simply shows you what is available. So why am I telling you this? Well, when it comes to something like backing up those files, you would need to be sure of the actual storage location if you want to make copies. For example, you could go to the music directory, you could copy all of the files, then paste them onto something like a USB flash drive or any other hard drive just to have a secondary copy so that if they were to be lost, you have that backup copy and you haven't actually lost anything. Okay, so again, file and folder management is a very basic operation, but something that is really core to all other operations in Windows. You simply need to know where your files are and how they can and or should be managed. In this video, we'll take a look at managing files and folders in PowerShell using some basic commands to get started here. So to begin, the first commandlet is to create a new folder. So the commandlet itself is new-item, then a path parameter, which then requires you to specify where to create this folder. Now, I'm intentionally using two different methods here with respect to specifying the path, one without quotation marks, then in all of the other commands I have used quotation marks. Now, I'm doing both because it will accept the value without quotation marks, provided there are no spaces. So I tend to recommend that you use quotation marks just in case, but as long as there are no spaces in that path, then you don't need the quotation marks. So again, this will create a new folder simply called My Folder directly on the root of the C drive. But then you also need the parameter called item type, which specifies that it is a directory. Okay, so let's highlight this and we'll execute this command, and that will get us the new folder. So it does display down below. And just for the sake of argument, I have my File Explorer up and running. So let's just refresh the C drive here, and there is the folder. Okay, now it's entirely empty at this point. We haven't done anything with it, but let's return back into PowerShell. And then we'll create a subfolder in that folder. So that's still the new item command, then the path parameter, then this time in quotation marks, again, not necessary if there are no spaces, but just for the sake of argument, I'm specifying that it's in C:\my folder, then I'm going to call it subfolder. And once again, the item type is a directory. So this creates a folder in the folder. So let's highlight this whole command and we'll run this selection. Now I see the subfolder down below. Let's return back to File Explorer. We'll double click my folder, and there is the subfolder. Okay. Now I can also verify that by using the get item command. So I can issue get item, then the path to see my folder, and this will just show me the parent folder, but it's just to verify that it was created. So let's run that, and again we see my folder down below, so it does exist. But if I want to see the subfolder, the command is get child item. Okay, so the path in this case is still the same, C:\my folder, but to see the items inside that folder, I need get child item. So let's run that, and now we see subfolder down below. Okay, now we can create a file within that directory. So I'm going to create a simple text file in the subfolder. So that's new item, still the same path, in quotation marks, C:\my folder /subfolder /myfile.txt or .text. Again, all in quotation marks, just in case any spaces appear. But now the item type is a file, not a directory. Okay, so let's highlight this whole command. We'll right click and run that selection, and we do see it down below. But once again, let's return back to File Explorer. Let's double click the subfolder, and sure enough, there is the file. Okay, now let's say that, oops, I didn't mean to put it in the subfolder, I meant to put it in the parent folder. Well, we can move the item with our next command. Then we have to specify its current path where it was just created. So that's in the subfolder, okay? But I want to move it, so the next parameter requires a destination parameter. So I want to move it to the parent folder of my folder. Now I could also copy it by issuing the copy item command, which would leave it in the subfolder and create a copy in the parent folder, but let's go ahead and move it. So we'll highlight all of this and we'll run this selection. Now let's go back to File Explorer, and we should see that it is gone from subfolder, which it is. But if we go back to the parent my folder, there it is. Okay, so we have moved. We've relocated that file. Then if you are finished with all of this, we can delete everything by issuing remove item, then the path of C:\my folder, which will remove that folder and everything inside of it with no prompts, provided you issue the recurse parameter. If you don't use this, it will still work, but you'll be prompted for every item. Okay, so this will simply remove everything with no prompts. So let's highlight and run this selection. and everything has been removed. Once again, let's return back to File Explorer, and we should now see that the folder and everything in it is gone. Okay, so again, those are some basic file management tasks when working with PowerShell. And let me just quickly also point out that as you begin typing these commands, when you are working with folders, it will still autocomplete provided you enter in enough characters. So if, for example, I type in get item, then use the path parameter. As soon as I hit the dash, path is the first option, so I can just hit my tab key here. And then as soon as I start typing in the path, it shows me all of the available options so that I can ensure that I'm working with the correct files or folders. So again, the autocomplete feature, or what's officially known as IntelliSense, is very helpful when working with files and folders in PowerShell. It helps to avoid a lot of typos, and it simply makes entering these paths much quicker and easier. In this video, we are going to take a look at managing files and folders using group policy. Now, before getting into the demonstration, I do want to point out that this is probably something that isn't all that commonly done, but it does allow administration to ensure that end users have the appropriate folders and files, at least from the perspective of administration. In other words, they simply might want to ensure that every user, or perhaps various subsets of users, have the content on their systems that is deemed to be necessary by administration. Now, I should also mention that it might not be all that commonly done anymore because of the prevalence of applications and services such as SharePoint, which is very commonly used these days. So ultimately, it will come down to the nature of your organization. But in this particular example, we will see how you can use a policy to create a folder on each system that receives the policy and place a file into that folder. So I have actually configured everything already just to save a little bit of time, but we will still go through all of the steps. So right now I'm on my domain controller and I've opened the group policy management console and I created a new policy. Now that can be done by expanding the domain, then your domain, then right-clicking on the group policy objects node and choosing new. Then I simply called it Manage Files and Folders and clicked OK. That's all you have to do to create a policy. Now, that creates a blank policy, if you will, but that does still create the object. So I'm just going to cancel this, and this is the policy that I created. Now, to edit this, we can right-click and choose Edit, and that brings up the Group Policy Editor. Now, in my case, I configured a user-based policy, and you certainly could do this under the computer configuration node. That's up to you. The computer configuration simply means that it will be applied to all computers regardless of the user, whereas the user policy means it will be applied to all users regardless of the device. So that's really your call, but in this case, I went with user configuration simply because it's a little more common these days for users to have multiple devices. So by applying the policy to the user, it would apply to all devices for any given user. Now, I've been using the term policy, and in day-to-day conversation, that's probably fine, but officially, this option is under preferences as opposed to policies. So I went to user configuration, preferences, then if you expand this, you can expand Windows settings, and in here you will find files and folders. So these are the settings that I created here, and over on the left hand side I selected folders, and I created a folder called work folder, and it's just going to be on the local C drive of all recipient systems. So let me just double click this, and you can see the action is to create, and the path is C:\work folder. Now, I just arbitrarily made up that name. You can call it whatever you like, and you can place it wherever you want. Okay, so let me just cancel this, and I'll show you the actual process. In this empty white space here, simply right-click, choose New, Folder. Then for the action, I went with Create. Then I entered the path of C:\work folder, and I did not bother with the archive attribute, so I cleared that. Okay, that's it. Then I clicked on OK. That gives me this entry right here. So that creates the folder, and I could keep going and create subdirectories within the work folder if I wanted to. I could create other folders right on the C drive. It doesn't matter. You can have as many as you like, but this is sufficient for this demonstration. Okay, so now I have the folder. Then under the Files node, I'm going to distribute a file. Now, there's only one key consideration in this regard, which is the fact that you have to have the file already available in a shared folder on a server. So notice the source in this case is my server that I'm working on right now, and it is in a shared folder, and it's simply a file called Company Policies and Procedures. Okay, so let me just minimize here for a moment, and I'll minimize my Group Policy Management Console as well. Here is the C drive of this local server. There is the folder called Shared, and inside of that, I have this file called Company Policies and Procedures. Okay, now it's on the C drive of this local server, but I cannot enter C:\shared as the pathway for a policy. It needs to reference the universal naming convention or the shared path so that client systems will know where to look. If I were to enter C:\shared into the policy, it would be instructing the recipient systems to look on their own C drives. Okay, so from the perspective of a client, they need to be able to access the shared location. So I'm going to show you that. So let's return back to the group policy editor here. And I'm going to right click just to recreate this process. And I'm going to choose New, File. And in this case, I'm going with the update action, which will still create the file if it's not present. But if it's already present on any target system, it will overwrite the old one. So if I make changes, for example, then redeploy the policy, it would overwrite the old one, whereas the create action would create a duplicate effectively, which could cause problems. So this is why I went with the update action. So then for the source file, I can click on the Browse button here, and I did go to the shared folder, but again, you must specify the network path. Okay, if I were to just browse the local C drive, then go to the shared folder, then select that file, then this is what happens. The source file becomes C:\shared, which again means that it's directing recipient systems to look on their own C drives. So clearly they aren't going to find it. So again, it needs to be the network path. So I'm going to click on Browse again, and in the pathway here, I'm going to enter \\, then the name of this computer, which in my case is SRV0459. So it has automatically completed there for me. Then I'm going to type in another \, and it shows me all shared folders on the system. So I'm going to select Shared and click on Open, and I see the same file. But now it is referencing the network pathway as opposed to a local drive. So if I double click now, notice that the pathway says \\, SRV0459/shared, then the file. That directs the clients to look on the network. Okay. Then the destination file is where it should be placed on the client systems. So that's C:\, and I'm going to place it in that work folder that gets created by the other option in this policy. Again, I won't bother with the archive bit, so I'm clearing all of these options. Then I just clicked on OK. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to cancel since I already have this, but there's the entry. Again, it is the update action. It's directing clients to look on the server using the network path, and it's going to place it into the work folder that is created by the other policy setting. And do make sure that you include the file name as well. Okay, so again, there is the entire entry. C:\work folder / company policies and procedures. Okay, so with all of that done, the only thing remaining is to ensure that the policy is attached or linked to the domain. So we can close out of here and we'll return back to the Group Policy Management Console. So the policy itself only contains the settings, and you can create as many policies as you like. If they are not attached to anything, they won't do anything. So the final step is to simply drag it and drop it on the object to which it will be linked. And in my case, I just went with the entire domain, but you could go with a specific organizational unit if you wanted to. But as soon as you drop it on that object, it creates the link. Now, I already did that, so I won't bother relinking it, but it shows up underneath with a small little arrow indicating that it has been linked to the domain. From that point, all I had to do was boot up a client system and log in, and I have also done exactly that. So let me just close everything here, and I'm going to minimize this session. And here is my client system. And again, I just had to log in, and I'm already signed in, but my session just timed out. So let me just enter my password. Okay, so here on the local C drive of this system is the work folder, and sure enough, inside of that is my company policies and procedures. And I assure you, I did not do anything other than reboot this system. That folder was created automatically, and the file was downloaded to that folder. Okay, so again, I would like to remind you that this is not required. And if you are going to take this approach, just remember that the content needs to be in a shared folder on some server somewhere. It does not actually have to be the domain controller itself. It can be any networked folder, but then the settings in the policy must specify the network path, not a local drive, to ensure that clients look in the right place for that content. In this video, we'll take a look at using the disk cleanup utility, which, as its name indicates, can help to keep your system free of unnecessary files. Now, this is available from the System app, which I have already launched. So for that, you can just click on your Start button, then simply click on the Settings app in here. Then from the Settings app, over on the left-hand side, select the System node. Then scroll down a little bit and click on Storage. Now you'll find the feature under the Storage Management category, and it says here Cleanup Recommendations. I do believe that in Windows 10 it is actually called the Disk Cleanup Utility, but this is the same feature. So we can just click here, and it will report to you how much space is being taken up by temporary files, large or unused files, files synced to the cloud, and any unused apps. And you can expand each of these categories to see how much space is actually being taken up. Now, in my case, I only have files in my downloads directory, and it tells me that there are 32.1 megabytes worth of files. Now, I do have the option here to simply remove those by selecting the checkbox and then clicking on the Cleanup button here, and it will remove those files. But I do want to point out that it also says this does not respect your storage sense configuration. Now, we're going to see storage sense in an upcoming demonstration, so I don't want to get too far into it. But if we just click where it says storage up top, we can go back to that main page. And under Storage Management, we see Storage Sense right here. Now, I won't bother turning it on for the time being because, again, we will see this later. But if I click on the arrow here, this allows you to automatically clean up files if your disk starts to become low on space. And if I scroll down a little bit more in here, it allows me to configure an option that says delete files in my downloads folder if they haven't been opened for more than a set period of time. Now, it says never by default, and mine is grayed out simply because I did not turn the feature on. But even if you turn Storage Sense on, with this setting in place, it means that even when Storage Sense runs, it will not delete the files in your downloads folder. In other words, they will still remain. Okay, so then if we return back to the storage main page and we go back to cleanup recommendations, and I do specify to clean up those files, then this will override the storage sense configuration. I'm explicitly telling it to delete the downloads directory. Okay, so it's something to be mindful of. And as far as those other categories are concerned, of course, it will depend on how much space is actually being taken up by those files. But in most cases, it's not a problem to clean them out. These are effectively temporary files. Most applications will generate temporary files as you start to use them and create new documents and edit content and delete old ones. You can end up with a number of temporary files that simply aren't needed. So this allows you to just clean them up and get rid of them because they really aren't being used for anything. So it's always worth checking in here, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the cleanup option. It does give me a warning that it will include the downloads folder, so I'll go ahead and click on continue, and basically that's it. Now there's nothing left in my case for me to clean because again those other categories did not contain anything, but this can always help to ensure that your system runs at optimal levels of performance, because the more temporary files you have or the more unnecessary files you have, the more disk space is simply being wasted. Now that said, these days, most hard drives are very large, so it's unlikely that you'll entirely run out of space. But by the same token, we tend to store much more content these days, and much larger content, such as pictures, videos, and music. So it's certainly not out of the question, but this is more so for just getting rid of unnecessary files. So again, it's something that you should keep an eye on, and if you do see a lot of space being taken up by those files, then by all means go ahead and clean them up. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at using the Task Manager to deal with a frozen or a slow running application. Now, unfortunately, I can't force an application into that kind of state, so I'm just using Notepad here, and we'll just imagine that the application has frozen. Now, this can happen for a number of reasons, but in many cases, you might just be working in the application, and you might just click on a button to access a feature, and then everything might go grayish, and the application might indicate that it has stopped responding. And if it remains in that state, then really there's nothing you can do in the application, but you can end that application using the Task Manager so that you can just restart it and hopefully continue on with what you were doing. So again, we'll just imagine that Notepad has frozen here, so if its interface is simply not responding, then we can use the Task Manager to deal with this problem. Now, the Task Manager in Windows 11 is available from the taskbar, but you do have to specifically right-click on the Start button. In Windows 10, you could right-click anywhere on the taskbar, but in Windows 11, that only gives you taskbar settings. But if you right-click directly on the Start button, you do see the option for Task Manager. So this will bring up all applications that are running, and I should also mention that if you are just bringing this up for the first time, it might be in the Fewer Details view. Down in the bottom left-hand corner, if we click that, you only see the applications that you have launched. So you can still work in this view, that's perfectly fine. But you might want to see more information, so that's the More Details button. And in here you see all of the background processes as well, but you also see the apps, including Task Manager itself. Now, with respect to simply ending the application, that's a fairly easy task. All you have to do is right-click on the failed application and choose End Task. That will close the application, and you can then try to start it again and hopefully carry on with what you were doing. But you might want to see additional information with respect to the state of the application itself, and that information is available with respect to the resources that you see across the top here, such as CPU, memory, disk, and/or network. Now, the power usage probably would not be a factor for a failed application, but the resource usage certainly is. Now, there's one other thing that you might want to know about the resource usage, and that's when you do right-click on the application, you have the option to set the resource values for memory, disk, and network in percentages or in values. And when you're dealing with a failed or a failing application, it can sometimes be more useful to see the percentage as opposed to a set value. So I'm going to go ahead and set memory at percentage and all of the others as well, including the disk and the network. Okay, so now all of them show as percentages. Now I should mention that the CPU always shows as percentages, but the others show as values. Now the reason why I mention this is because a failed application will typically consume a very high amount of resources, especially the processor and or the memory. It might not be so high in disk activity or network, but CPU and memory tend to get very high if the application is failed. In some cases, an application can in fact lock the CPU at 100%, and that's why everything else on your system might seem to be performing very slowly. It also might not be releasing its memory if and or when it is shut down, which is known as a memory leak. In other words, it simply keeps using more and more memory every time the application is loaded. So those values can help you to determine more accurately the state of an application. For instance, it is possible that any given application might be performing some kind of a task in the background, and it's just temporarily using a lot of resources, but it might settle down, for lack of a better word. So if you go in here and you take a look at those values and you see that they are varying quite quickly, in other words, going up, then going down, then going up, then going down, then in fact the application is probably still functioning normally. It's just performing a particularly demanding task. But if it's frozen or locked, then typically you don't see the values changing at all. Again, if, for example, it had locked the CPU at 100% and it is not changing, then almost certainly that application has failed. So regardless of the view that you're using, you can still end the application by just right-clicking and choosing End Task. So I'll go ahead and do that now, and notice that Notepad in the background did close. Now, with the application closed, hopefully you'll see all of the resource values return to normal, but it is possible in more severe cases that you might need to reboot the system entirely, but typically that's a last resort. Usually ending the process will correct the problem. So again, when it comes to simply shutting down a failed or a poorly performing application, simply launch your task manager, right-click on the application, and choose End Process. But you can get more information about that process before you shut it down to ensure that it is, in fact, in a failed state. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at troubleshooting some common sound issues in Windows. Now, just quickly before we get into the demonstration, I'm working on a virtual machine here into which I have a remote connection. So there's actually no physical sound devices on this system, but I can still show you where to access all of the interfaces. Now that said, before you even get into any of the interfaces, when it comes to sound, and this would go for both input devices such as a microphone and output devices such as speakers, really, the first thing to do is to check the physical devices themselves, most notably to ensure that they are connected securely and that they have power. Now, something like a microphone would almost certainly be drawing power from the main system through its USB connection, but external speakers would very likely have their own power, in which case, simply ensure that they are turned on. Now, on the assumption that all of those check out, then of course you can start going into the interfaces themselves. And there are several places that you can check, beginning with the Settings app. So in here, you can go to the System node over on the left-hand side, and then simply choose Sound. And there are a number of configuration options in here, but most notably, you can choose where to play the sound. Now, this might be something that's applicable on something like a laptop, if you do have external speakers connected, because it's entirely possible that the sound is coming out of the wrong source, because most laptops have their own built-in speakers. So if you also have external speakers, then it could simply be a matter of the sound coming out of the wrong device. So you simply have to choose which device should be producing the sound. If you do suspect the physical device, such as external speakers or even headphones, then what you might also try to do is to add a new device to see if that device works. And clearly, if it does, then there could be something wrong with the original device. So you can always try that, and it simply comes down to which type of device you want to add. If, for example, you have a portable Bluetooth speaker, then you could very quickly and easily add that just to narrow down the possibilities. Now, it might be something as simple as the volume, which can be adjusted, of course, on most physical speakers, but also within Windows itself. So just check to make sure that the volume is all the way up. And on many devices, laptops in particular, there might be a single key on the keyboard that mutes the audio, so you might have just mistakenly pressed that. Then, if you're experiencing issues with left versus right, you can try the mono audio option, which simply combines left and right into a single channel. Now, if you're talking about something like headphones that have a traditional 1/8 inch jack connector, sound being produced over one side only is often indicative that the jack is not pushed in all the way. So just make sure it is physically connected. Then on the input side, of course, we'd be dealing with some kind of a microphone. So once again, you can simply ensure that the device is being detected. You could temporarily add a new device and also ensure that the volume is up. So in my case on this system, the volume is all the way down, but that's because there's no device detected on the virtual machine here. But again, simply ensure that all settings are correct. And again, you could also temporarily add a new device just to see if that one works. And I should also mention, if you're talking about something like a headset that has the built-in microphone, many of those devices will have a physical mute button right on the headset. So it's entirely possible that you simply pressed the mute button and that has stopped all input. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can launch troubleshooters here for both output devices and input devices, and you can just click on either one. Now, it will initially ask you to sign in if you want to contact Microsoft support, but you don't need to do that. So you can simply continue by clicking the yes or the no options down below. And they are simply responses to whether you want automated steps to try to fix the problem. So you can just say yes or no. If you say no, you just have to manually confirm each step. Now, this isn't going to result in anything in this case because, again, I don't have any actual devices here. So, in fact, it's telling me that it couldn't find the audio device. Make sure it's connected and try again, but you can launch those troubleshooters from here. And you can select all sound devices from here to simply ensure that they're on or off. Now, once again, I don't have any, so I'm not seeing that option. But finally, back on the previous page here, if we scroll back toward the bottom, there is also the volume mixer, where you can adjust the settings for your input and output devices and or enable system sounds to be produced, which are generated by the applications themselves. So perhaps the sound is fine, but applications are not producing any sounds because, once again, the volume is turned off. Now, if you have adjusted some of those settings and you really aren't certain what they're supposed to be, you can always click the reset button here, which resets sound devices and volumes for all apps to the recommended defaults. So you would at least be back to your original state. Now, there are two other interfaces that you should also check. So I'm just going to minimize the settings app and go to the services console. In here, you will find a service called Windows Audio. And if for any reason that service is stopped, audio devices and effects will not function properly. When I mouse over the service, it tells me that, but it's also over here in the description on the left-hand side. So simply ensure that the audio service is running. If it has stopped, then you can just right-click and choose Start, or perhaps Restart. Okay? And then finally, you should also go to the Device Manager and simply check to see that there is something listed under the audio inputs and outputs. And you might also see a category called sound, video, and game controllers, particularly if you do have something like a physical sound card in your system. So you can just right-click on any one of them and you can choose properties, or you might also just verify that it has not been disabled. If it has, then simply enable it. But on the properties page, you can see the status. So hopefully it says that it is working properly. You might have to update a driver if it is something like a sound card. And you can also go to the Events tab to see if it has generated any errors or any events that indicate that it might have failed. Again, that's certainly going to depend on the situation, but it's always worth checking the status of the physical devices themselves. Okay, so there are a number of things to check when it comes to troubleshooting sound, but just as a quick reminder, always start with the simplest. Make sure the devices have power. Make sure the volume is on, then also make sure that Windows is detecting the device and that in the Settings app, everything is configured to use the correct devices, particularly if you do have multiple audio devices. In this video, we'll take a look at using safe mode for troubleshooting in Windows, which essentially allows Windows to boot in a bare minimum state, for lack of a better word, with respect to services and drivers. So generally the situation is you might have made a configuration change, maybe you've updated a driver, or maybe you've installed a new device, and that change is now preventing Windows from booting correctly. Now, with respect to getting into safe mode, it really depends on what the state of your system is after that change or during whatever issue you're encountering at the moment. In other words, it depends on whether you're able to boot into Windows at all. If you can, then you can simply launch safe mode from within the Settings app. However, if that change or if the problem is severe enough to prevent Windows from booting entirely, then of course you need another method to get into safe mode, and hopefully you have the means to do so, but I'll come back to that in just a moment. So, on the assumption that you are able to boot into Windows, then you simply need to launch your Settings app, and I'm doing this in Windows 10, but it is the same process for Windows 11. It's just in a different place. So from the home page of the Settings app in Windows 10, it's under Update and Security, then Recovery. But in Windows 11, the Recovery node is under the System option in the Settings app, but it's still the same option. So from the Recovery page here, we can just go to Advanced Startup and click Restart Now. Now this will go ahead and reboot. I'm working on a virtual machine here, so we can see the entire process. And this boots you into what's known as the recovery environment. So this will allow us to boot into safe mode, okay? So from here, what you'll want to do is choose Troubleshoot, then choose Advanced Options. Then in here, you can click Startup Settings, and this is where you can choose safe mode. Okay, so this will in fact present you with this menu when you choose Restart. So I'm going to simply go ahead and click on Restart, and this should present me with those menu options, and I can choose any one of them to boot into safe mode and then hopefully correct the issue that has occurred. Okay, so now all I need to do is to either press the number on the keyboard, or it also says the function keys, but it should work with either option. So if, for example, I want safe mode, I should be able to press either the number 4 or F4 on my keyboard. So I'm just going to press the number 4, and that chooses safe mode as the option, and that will boot me into safe mode. Now again, this will take a moment, so let's just let this finish, and we'll see safe mode shortly. Okay, so I'm getting a logon prompt now, so let me just enter in my password. And when this boots up, it should actually say safe mode on the desktop to indicate that, of course, you are in safe mode. Okay, so there is the desktop environment, and in all 4 corners of the screen, I know it doesn't display in full screen here, but that's fine. In all 4 corners, you see the word safe mode. So this clearly indicates that we have booted into safe mode. So now hopefully we could maybe go into something like Device Manager or the Services console and undo whatever change was made, or generally just try to correct the issue. Now, once that is done, you should just be able to reboot, and hopefully, if you did correct the problem, you'll boot back into Windows normally. But that again all assumes that you are able to get into Windows in the first place. So what if you can't get into Windows? Well, then you do have another option. So I'm going to shut down the system entirely here, and I'll reboot from scratch, and we'll take a look at another method of booting into safe mode. So again, I'm just going to shut down. And in order to boot into safe mode when the system will not boot into Windows, you will need something such as the Windows DVD or a bootable USB drive. Although there is one other option, and I will tell you that while the system is booting here, but this particular virtual machine does have the Windows DVD mapped as a virtual DVD drive, so I can boot from that. So I'm just going to start the system up here, and this is going to happen very quickly, but you'll see a message on the screen that says press any key to boot from DVD. So let's go ahead and start, and we will see that in just a moment. Okay, so there it is. So I'm pressing the space bar, and that will force the system to boot from the DVD. This will give us the opportunity to boot into safe mode, but not straight away. Now, I mentioned I would come back to some of the other methods to boot into safe mode while this was booting up here, and I will do that, but let me just proceed through this point right here. You do need to click on Next here, even though it seems like it's going to launch an installation, but that's fine. Just click on Next. Then instead of clicking Install Now, click on Repair Your Computer. This also launches the Windows recovery environment, but there is still another step we have to do. But let's go ahead and click on that. And coming back to the other method that you might be able to use when attempting to boot into safe mode, if you don't have the DVD or other bootable media, if you simply turn the computer on, then as soon as it attempts to load Windows, if you interrupt that process by pressing the power button and forcing it to reboot again, and then repeat that 3 times, on the 4th boot, it should automatically default to boot you into what's known as repair mode, which then also gives you the option to choose safe mode. Okay, so again, that process is to start the system, even if it's going to fail, but during the initial boot process, simply interrupt it. Turn it off before the Windows boot error occurs. Interrupt it 3 times in a row, and then the 4th boot should automatically default into that repair mode. But having booted from the DVD, we can choose the troubleshoot option, but as mentioned, there is still another step, because what you don't see here are the advanced startup options. When you boot from DVD, they simply aren't available. I'm honestly not entirely certain why that is, but they aren't here. So what you need to do now is to go to the command prompt, okay? From here, we can enter in a command that will force the system to boot into safe mode. And the command is bcd edit, all one word. That stands for boot configuration data edit, then a space, then a /, then the word set, then in curly braces, the word default, and there's also a space between the word set and the curly brace, then close off that curly brace, and what we're doing is setting the default boot option. Then the option, in this case, is called safe boot, then space, then minimal. Okay, and that indicates the minimal services and drivers of safe mode. So again, that's bcd edit, space, /, the word set, space, then in curly braces, the word default, then another space, then the word safe boot, then another space, then the word minimal. Hit enter, and it tells us the operation was completed successfully. Now we still have to reboot, so we can type in the word exit to get out of the command prompt. That brings us back to our initial screen here, where we can continue and boot into Windows 10. So this is going to force the system now to boot into safe mode automatically. So I'm not pressing any key here. I'm just going to let Windows boot. Again, this will take a few seconds, so we'll just let it go ahead and complete. But we have forced it to boot into safe mode, okay? Now, there is one consideration with using this method. The bcd edit command effectively permanently sets the default boot mode as safe boot or safe mode. So once we get into safe mode here, we can still hopefully correct the problem, but we have to remove that entry to get the system to boot normally again. If we did not do that, then every time you booted the system, it would boot into safe mode, okay? So, looks like it's coming up again here, and I'll show you how to remove that command, but we should see that we have booted into safe mode once the desktop comes up. Okay, so I'm at my logon prompt again, so I'll enter my password. And as indicated, we should see safe mode when the desktop appears. Okay, so looks like our desktop has appeared, and once again, it is telling us that we are in safe mode. So hopefully I can get into Device Manager or the Services Console or the Settings app and simply undo whatever change was made or generally correct the problem. But like I said, the system is now set to boot into safe mode all the time. So we have to undo that command that we just did, okay? So what we need to do is launch another command prompt and from within here, it is still the bcd edit command, but we just have to issue a different command to undo that. Okay, so let's bring my screen up here, and it is bcd edit, then / delete value, all one word. Then again in curly braces, the word default, and close off the curly brace, and then the word safe boot. But we don't have to specify that minimal option. We are just deleting the value of safe boot. In the previous command, minimal was simply a parameter for the option of safe boot. So this is all we need to do. We'll hit enter, and that completed successfully. So once again, we can just type in exit, and finally we can reboot the system, and it should boot normally back into Windows 10. So let's just right click on the start button, choose restart, and we'll just let this complete its reboot and verify that it boots back into the normal Windows 10 desktop. Okay, so I'm back to my login screen here. So once again, let me enter my password. And now that it is in normal mode again, I can increase my view back to full screen mode. That's actually not supported on a virtual machine when you are in safe mode, because the minimal environment of safe mode prevents higher screen resolutions. But now that I can go back to full screen, this already indicates that we are not in safe mode anymore. But we'll see in just a moment that we will have booted back into the normal Windows 10 environment. Okay, so there we have it. Our system has rebooted back into the normal Windows 10 desktop. So again, accessing safe mode ultimately depends on the state of your system prior to needing to use it. If you are still able to get into Windows, then simply use the Settings app. But if you are unable to get into Windows, then you can try that interruption of the startup sequence 3 consecutive times, or you can boot from bootable media, then use the command prompt to enter those bcd edit commands, and in all cases you should be able to get into safe mode to then correct whatever problem you were encountering. Then hopefully with that corrected, you should just be able to reboot and go back into the normal Windows 10 desktop environment. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at using the Device Manager utility to troubleshoot issues with your devices. Now, I'm using my own system here in this case because it is a physical computer with actual devices, so we can get a better idea as to some of the issues that you might be dealing with. Now, one of the first things to check with respect to Device Manager is the icon that is next to any given device. And I do have an example here. Now, it's not a problem in this case, but the icon does indicate the device status. So right now, I am using a wired connection on a laptop that also has a wireless adapter. And this is the device right here. And I simply have it disabled when I'm using the wired connection. So the icon is a small arrow pointing down, which indicates that it is disabled. But if for any reason I was trying to connect to a wireless network and I discover that I can't seem to connect, then clearly I did not remember to re-enable the adapter. So I can simply right-click on it and choose to enable the device. So, of course, this is an easy fix, but it's still something to check because, of course, the status of the device might be unknown, or it might be misconfigured, or again, it might simply be disabled. Now, if the icon displays a small yellow triangle with either a question mark or an exclamation mark, then they indicate that the device is either configured improperly, or it's entirely unknown, or perhaps an incorrect driver was installed. So what you can then do is to simply choose the Properties option when you right-click, and straight away on the General page, you'll see a device status, and it will also give you a code. Now, the code is going to be dependent on what the issue is. So in my case, it tells me the device is disabled with code 22. Now, it doesn't really give me any information as to what code 22 is all about, but you can use that to just do some general internet searching to find out more information. But anything that is disabled will generate code 22. Again, if there are other problems such as an incorrect driver or an unknown device, you will see a different code. But again, it's useful to just use that code to do some general internet searching to find out more information. Now, on the Advanced tab, there are configuration options available in this case, but this is specifically because it's a network adapter, and perhaps even more specifically, a wireless network adapter. So, for example, one of the settings that I can choose is the wireless mode. It might simply be incorrect. I can also choose the preferred band, which is the transmission rate of 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, or you can set no preference whereby Windows will attempt to auto-detect. Now, the preferred band is actually something that you would want to ensure matches the wireless router itself, and in short, 5 gigahertz generally can support more bandwidth, but 2.4 gigahertz can travel a little farther or penetrate better through obstructions. So it depends on where you are and, of course, what you need. But ultimately, the wireless adapter and the wireless transmitter, or the router, should be in agreement. Now, as mentioned, those settings are, of course, only applicable to a wireless network adapter. So let me just quickly cancel this. And if I look at my wired Ethernet adapter, of course, on the Advanced tab, I do not have those options, okay? So the configuration options that you see for any device are dependent on what that device is, okay? Now let me return back to the wireless adapter, and we'll also take a look at the driver tab. And this is one of the more common troubleshooting tasks if the device seems to be misconfigured or unknown. It could be that perhaps the driver was updated and for some reason it simply is no longer functioning. So what you can do is to verify the date and the version of the driver and compare that to what might be available on the manufacturer's website. This can help to determine if you are using the most recent driver, and you can also click on the driver details button here to see the exact files that are being used, and again to compare with what might be available from the manufacturer. But in most cases, if the driver has been updated and now it is no longer working where it used to work before, then you can simply roll back the driver. Now, I don't have that option because this driver has not been updated, but had I just performed an update and now it no longer works, then I can simply click the rollback driver button and it will return back to the previous version, and hopefully that will correct the problem. If it still fails, then I might try uninstalling the device and letting Windows reinstall the device automatically. As long as it's physically present, Windows should detect it again and attempt to reinstall the appropriate driver. So in many cases, simply uninstalling, then rebooting the system will invoke a reinstallation, and maybe it was just a matter of the current driver files becoming corrupted in some way. But if it reinstalls fresh copies of those drivers, then perhaps that will correct the issue. Now you can also check on the Events tab to see if there are any events being generated by that device, and if so, those events might help you to do some more general internet searching to find out what the issues are. And one final thing that I would also recommend you check is the power management feature. Now that's not available for this particular device, but let me just cancel this and I'll go back to my wired adapter here. And if I double click on that one, I do see a power management tab. And here there is an option that says allow the computer to turn off this device to save power. Now that might be good for something like a laptop if you are trying to maximize battery usage, but I have seen situations where the device simply does not wake up appropriately. There is also an option that says to allow this device to wake the computer itself. In other words, if the entire computer is in sleep mode, something like a packet that is received on this adapter can wake the computer. But again, in some cases, Windows is up and running, but the device was turned off to save power, and it simply is not turning itself back on. So you might want to try disabling power management, at least in the short term, to eliminate that as a possible cause of the issue. Okay, now again, there are a lot of different options for a lot of different devices, but generally if you go through the tabs for any given device and just check the state and or the status, and again, make sure you check that status code to help ensure that you're dealing with the correct problem, and not wasting time and energy trying to run down the wrong problem. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at troubleshooting issues that might arise after applying Windows updates. Now, this isn't particularly common, but it's certainly not out of the question that any given update might actually end up causing a problem with your system, as opposed to correcting an issue or introducing a new feature, which of course is what they're designed to do. But not every update is guaranteed to install correctly, nor is it guaranteed to actually correct an issue. And as mentioned, there have been instances where an update actually results in a problem. So it's useful to be able to work with the updates to ensure that, most notably, they can be uninstalled if necessary. So from the Settings app in Windows 11, over on the left-hand side, you can click Windows Update, and then in the initial page that comes up, it will simply tell you your status in terms of whether you are up to date or if there are any updates to be installed. But perhaps most notably for troubleshooting update issues, you'll want to check the update history. So we can click here, and this gives you a list of all updates that have been installed. Now, they're divided up into different categories, including quality updates, definition updates, and other updates. And depending on how long your system has been running, you might also see feature updates. Now, quality updates are designed to improve or correct an issue with anything that is already on your system, for example, Windows itself, or an application. They're typically released to correct issues that have been identified or possibly to address a security vulnerability, which is what I see here, in fact, in this security update for Windows 11. Now, there are Learn More links here where you can find out more about those updates, but definition updates are always for your security software to ensure that your antivirus or other anti-malware applications have the latest virus signatures. Then under Other Updates, you might see various Windows utilities or perhaps driver updates here. But the category that's missing in my case is feature updates, which are designed to enhance the overall functionality of Windows itself. They do introduce new features, as the name indicates, and they simply aren't showing up here because this particular system was installed only very recently, so there just haven't been any feature updates since this system was installed. But what you might also see in here is an update that failed. Notice that all of the updates that I'm seeing say that they were successfully installed. Now, successfully installed updates typically won't cause any issues, but you might see that an update has failed to install, in which case you can just try again. Maybe the process was simply interrupted. Or if an update has installed but it is now causing problems, then you can choose to uninstall the updates. So if we click here, this will bring us into the control panel, specifically to the Programs and Features node, then Installed Updates. So we can select any given update here that has possibly failed or is just causing an issue, and we can uninstall it. Now that said, not every update can be uninstalled. For example, the bottom one here is not giving me an uninstall option, but the one immediately above it is. Okay, so some of them cannot be uninstalled, but as long as you see that uninstall option, you absolutely can remove that update. It's also worth noting the numerical value here after the update. Now, they all start with the letters KB. That stands for knowledge base, but then the numerical value can be used to just do some general internet searching, again, to try to find out more about that update. But as long as that uninstall option appears, then you absolutely can remove that update. Now, I do want to mention one other option that would be capable of removing updates, and that is the System Restore feature. So I'm just going to close all of this here, and I'll go to my Start menu here, and I'll just start typing in Create a Restore Point, and there's the option right there. Now, you have to enable and configure this feature to begin with, but on the assumption that it is on, then many operations will create restore points automatically, including, in some cases, the installation of Windows updates. And I intentionally say in some cases because not every update will create a restore point. But I can click on the System Restore button here, and this will show me the available restore points. Now, there is a recommended restore here, but if I click where it says choose a different restore point and click on next, I see the restore points that are available. Now, you might actually have to click this checkbox that says show more restore points to see all of them, but if an update has been installed that is deemed to be critical, for lack of a better word, it will often create its own restore point automatically. But that's simply because no such update has been installed on this system. But if it does create its own restore point, and now your system is having issues, then you can simply choose the restore point which is created prior to the installation, and then revert back to the point in time before the update was installed. Because again, if the update is going to create a restore point, it does it prior to the installation. It effectively takes what's known as a snapshot of your system, which effectively means that it records what's different from the point in time immediately prior to the installation as compared to the state of the system immediately after the installation. So it knows what the difference is, for lack of a better word. So if you choose to revert back to that restore point, it discards all changes that happened afterward, and your system comes right back in the state that it was in prior to the installation. So that's another good option for troubleshooting post-update issues. Okay, now, all of that said, in almost all cases, you do want your updates to be installed, and you want them to be installed automatically, and usually updates are not going to cause any issues. But if you do encounter that rare instance where an update is giving you trouble, then you can certainly uninstall it or use the System Restore feature to remove that update and bring your system back to the state it was in prior to the update being installed. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at troubleshooting application compatibility in Windows 11. And this is typically only going to be an issue if you have upgraded your system from Windows 10. Because if you were able to successfully install an application in Windows 11, then that indicates that it's already compatible with Windows 11. But what can happen in an upgrade situation is that your previous operating system of Windows 10 may have had an application that was compatible with Windows 10, but once the upgrade is complete, that application is in fact not compatible with Windows 11. Now, that's also fairly rare, but should that arise, most applications do support what's known as a compatibility mode. So that's what we'll take a look at here. And in fact, there's also a troubleshooting utility for exactly these types of compatibility issues. So I have my Windows 11 system here, and I recently installed Adobe Acrobat Reader on this system. So I'm just going to click on Start, and we can type in Adobe, and there's the program. Now, what you'll want to do is to click this option that says Open File Location. This will bring you to the shortcut of the application, which in my case is right here. Then we can right-click on the shortcut and choose Properties. From in here, there is a compatibility tab. Now, again, if you have installed an application that is supported under Windows 11 and it was freshly installed in Windows 11, in other words, it was not upgraded, then you might not see the compatibility tab. It will depend on the circumstances and the application itself. But if you do have this compatibility tab, then you have a couple of options in here. The first is that troubleshooter that I mentioned. So you can simply click this button that says Run Compatibility Troubleshooter. So let's go ahead and click on that. And this will effectively attempt to detect any problems with this application. Now, typically what you'll see here is an option to try the recommended settings, whereby Windows will simply attempt to configure the most appropriate compatibility mode for this application. And it says to select this option to test run the program using the recommended compatibility settings, or the other option is to run the troubleshooter a little more manually. It says troubleshoot program, and to select this option to choose compatibility settings based on problems you notice. So let's try the recommended settings here, and it comes up saying that it's going to attempt to run the application in compatibility mode for Windows 8. Okay, Now we can test that, but you can also just accept that by clicking on Next. Now I'm just going to cancel this just so that we can see the other option of running the troubleshooter and going through that sort of more manual approach. So if we choose to troubleshoot the program, we will then get asked some questions with respect to the problems that we're noticing. So those questions include: the program worked in earlier versions of Windows but won't install or run now. The program opens but doesn't display correctly. The program requires additional permissions, and or I didn't see my problem listed. So you can continue on, but effectively this is just trying to narrow down the possible causes. So if, for example, we select something like the program opens but doesn't display correctly, then click on Next, then it's going to try to further narrow down the possible causes. And once again, it gives you the option of not seeing the problem listed. But effectively, this is just going to continue to ask questions to try to determine which mode will be most appropriate for this application. Now, I'm going to cancel this because if your situation is exactly what I described initially, whereby the program did run in the earlier version of Windows but no longer runs correctly, then you can just enable the compatibility mode yourself. So there's a checkbox that says run this program in compatibility mode 4. Then you can just hit the drop down and choose the most recent operating system that is at least as close as possible to the one that you were just running. So Windows 10 is not listed here because most applications designed for Windows 10 will be fully supported in Windows 11. But as I mentioned at the very start, the situation might have been that you were running Windows 10 with an older application. It still ran in Windows 10, but now no longer works in Windows 11. In other words, the application was not designed for Windows 10. It is still an older application. It's just supported by Windows 10. So the assumption would be that the application itself was designed perhaps for earlier versions of Windows, in this case going back all the way to Windows Vista. So again, it's really just a matter of choosing the operating system where you know it ran in a stable manner. That typically will correct the issues, but even if that doesn't, or if running the compatibility troubleshooter did not resolve the problems, there are some manual settings down below whereby we can configure certain options to adjust the display and or the security settings to simply try to reconfigure the way the application launches and or runs. So it could be a little bit of trial and error, and not every option is available for every application. In fact, in this case, you might notice that running it in reduced color mode is not an option. Okay, so it's simply not supported. But there are other options that can be enabled, and really it's just a matter of trying them and determining if that correction works. So ultimately, depending on the issue, any or all of those options might be required, but I will tell you that I have found that simply choosing the option to run it in compatibility mode for the last version of Windows where you know it did work will usually make the appropriate corrections for you, and the application should load. But again, it will depend on the application and the particular problems you're encountering. Once you make that change, simply click on OK, and the program will launch accordingly from that point on. Now, just quickly to finish up, if you have tried all of these and the application still does not seem to load correctly or at least run correctly, then generally I would suggest trying to find a newer version, or perhaps even finding a similar application that is fully supported by Windows 11 and simply uninstalling the problematic version. And if that's not an option, then there is one more thing you can try. Windows 11 fully supports the Hyper-V feature, which allows you to run virtual machines. So what you could then do is to configure a virtual machine that runs the earlier version of Windows. Then you could install the application in the virtual machine running that earlier version of Windows, and it would at least give you access to that application. But hopefully, making these adjustments on the compatibility tab should allow that application to run adequately in Windows 11. In this video, we'll take a look at using the PC Health Check app to determine not only if your system is healthy, but if it also meets the requirements to upgrade it to Windows 11. So I need to be working on a system running Windows 10 for this, because obviously if I'm running Windows 11 already, I don't need to check that the system will run Windows 11. Now, this app itself is actually not pre-installed on Windows. You do have to obtain it, but it is available from Microsoft. So before we do anything in here, I'm going to switch over to my Settings app, which is where you can obtain this. So from the Settings homepage, you can select Windows Update. And in here, you can scroll down and you'll see an option toward the bottom that says Get PC Health Check. Now, my system is already telling me that it does not meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11, and that's because I already attempted an upgrade. For some reason, the processor on the system does not meet the requirements. So I already know that it's not going to support it, but they do have a link in here to get the PC Health Check app. Now, clicking this link just brings you to the correct website to download the app, so I have already done that as well, and this is the site right here. So this is where it will bring you, and then if you scroll down from here, you'll find a link that says Get PC Health Check app. That will simply download a single file, which I have already done as well, and this is the file right here. And all you have to do is double click on this and agree to the terms. That's it. It will install itself quite easily and quickly. It's not a very demanding application by any means. Then there's an option at the end that asks if you want to launch it now and if you want to create a shortcut on the desktop. So I did both of those, and sure enough, there is the shortcut on the desktop and the app is already running. So again, with respect to determining if you meet the requirements, you can simply click the Check Now button, and it tells me, as expected, that my system does not meet the requirements. Now, the TPM in this case is the Trusted Platform Module, and that's a physical chip built into the system that supports features such as encryption. And in my case, it's telling me that a TPM version 2.0 must be supported and enabled on this PC, and that my system currently has a TPM, but version 1.2. Now, the icon of the exclamation mark in the yellow circle in this case might indicate that Windows itself would still install, but I would not be able to use the TPM. But if we look at the processor, there's an X in a red background, which means that this particular processor is simply not supported and Windows 11 will not install. Now, there are links down below to see all results and to learn more, but ultimately Windows 11 will not install on this system. So let's just close out of here. And just while we are in here, I will point out that there are other utilities in here, including backup and synchronization, Windows Update, battery capacity, and storage capacity. So there's more that you can do than just checking for upgrade compatibility. But if you do want to verify system compatibility before you even try, then this is a great option because it will simply tell you if your system meets the requirements. And if it doesn't, there are links to more information in the event that perhaps you might be able to upgrade something so that your system will support Windows 11. But once again, this application is not included by default. You do have to obtain it and install it, but by using your Windows Update node from the Settings app, there is that link provided for you to obtain the app easily, and this of course can be installed and run at any time on any system running Windows 10 or Windows 11, because again, there's more functionality than just checking for Windows compatibility. So feel free to install the PC Health Check app at any time just to help keep your system healthy, or of course to check if your system will support an upgrade to Windows 11. In this video, we'll take a look at accessing the troubleshooting options in Windows 11, which have been largely centralized in terms of all of the troubleshooters that you might have encountered. Now, there might still be an interface here or there that has a troubleshooting option that might not be available in this tool, but largely, for most of the common issues anyway, you can access the appropriate troubleshooter from a single location. So to get started, you can just go to the Settings app, and from there on the initial page that comes up, which is the System page, you can just scroll down and choose Troubleshoot. Now, for starters, there are some options in here with respect to just configuring the troubleshooter. In other words, we see troubleshooter preferences here. So there's a drop down that says, by default, ask me before running, but the other options include running it automatically and not notifying you, running it automatically, then notifying you, or don't run any troubleshooters. Now, again, the default is to ask you before it's run, but you can choose any setting you like there. Then there is also a recommended troubleshooter history, whereby you can see which troubleshooters have been run in the past. In my case, I don't have any yet, so that's fine. We can just go back to the troubleshoot page. And all of the centralized troubleshooters that I mentioned are here under other troubleshooters. So if we just click here, we will see all of these troubleshooters again centralized into this single interface. Now at the top, we see a most frequent category, which at the moment includes internet connections, playing audio, printer, and Windows Update. Then if we scroll down a little bit more, we see an other category, and there we see Bluetooth, camera, connection to a workplace using direct access, incoming connections, keyboard, network adapter, power, program compatibility troubleshooter, recording audio, search and indexing, shared folders, video playback, and Windows Store apps. So again, depending on the issue you're encountering, you very likely can access the troubleshooter for that issue in this centralized interface. Now, we'll see some examples of running the troubleshooters for specific devices or specific problems in some upcoming demonstrations. So for the time being, I just wanted to point out where you can locate all of these troubleshooters. And I do also want to finish up by saying that, again, you will likely see other interfaces where troubleshooters are available. For example, if you were working with a specific device, there is often a troubleshooting button right in there. If you're working with an application, on the compatibility tab for its shortcut, there is a link for troubleshooting there as well. So again, you will still find the specific troubleshooters in their appropriate interfaces, but if you aren't certain where that button might be or where that interface is, you can always just come here to the troubleshoot page of the system node and launch the appropriate troubleshooter from here. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at troubleshooting internet connections, but I do want to start off with the actual internet connection troubleshooter, which can be accessed from your settings app. So I have already launched that, and that brings you to the system page by default. So from here, you can just scroll down to troubleshoot, then click there, and in here, click on other troubleshooters. And there is specifically an internet connection troubleshooter. Now, unfortunately, I can't really create any kind of problem here. Most problems with an internet connection would involve something like the Ethernet adapter. So if, for example, I were to intentionally disable the adapter, that of course would cause a problem with the internet connection, but I would also lose my connection to this virtual machine. So again, I can't really disable the network adapter in this case, but the idea is to simply know where to access this feature, and to run it, clearly all we need to do is click on the Run button. Now, this has some preset tests that are going to be performed, but it initially asks you how to troubleshoot the internet connection, and it tells you that it will attempt to connect to www.microsoft.com by default, or you can absolutely specify your own web page if you want to. I'll just go with the default for the time being and select that option. And again, it has several preset tests that are going to be performed. And again, in my case, I'm not surprised to see that there were no issues because, of course, this system just doesn't have any problems at the moment. Now, there is a link down at the bottom where you can see more detailed information, and it tells you which issues were detected and, or in this case, which ones weren't. Now, I did not have any problems, but you can still expand these, and it does actually give you links to files, but it does show you the collection information with respect to the computer name, and the version of Windows, the architecture, and the time that it was run. And you can expand the publisher details, and it tells you a little bit about the network diagnostics that were performed, the publisher, which of course is Microsoft Windows. But it does tell you that it fixes problems with connecting to the internet or websites. And again, there were no problems here. So there's really nothing to report in this case. But obviously, that's a good thing anyway. So we can just click on Next here, and we can go ahead and close the troubleshooter. But I do want to give you a couple of more manual tests that you can run on your own, which can be done from the command prompt. So I'm going to just click on the Start button here and start typing in command. And one of the first things you should check is your own IP address configuration. And you can do that with the command ipconfig or ipconfig. And what you want to verify here is that you have a valid IP address as per the environment you're in. Now, that might require you to confirm with an administrator or someone else in the environment, but I can tell you that the address that you don't want to see would be something that starts with 169.254. Okay, now it will always be those first two values, then it might be any other two values after that. But any address that starts with 169.254 is indicative of a problem with receiving an IP address automatically. Almost all Windows client systems are set to receive an IP address automatically, and that's the DHCP process, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. And we can see that by issuing the ipconfig command again, and I just hit my up arrow on the keyboard to retrieve the previous command, but then hit the spacebar / all, ALL. Hit enter, and this will tell you whether DHCP is being enabled or not. And in my case, it is. And again, in almost every case, Windows client systems are set to receive an IP address automatically. That's what DHCP enabled means. But if for any reason the DHCP server, which is responsible for allocating and assigning the addresses, is unreachable, then your system will automatically configure itself with the address of 169.254.something.something. So again, if you see that address, it's indicative of a problem with DHCP, and you simply will not be able to gain access to the internet if you have that address, okay? So then, on the assumption that DHCP is enabled and you seem to have a valid address, let's just issue the ipconfig command again, and then take note of the address for the default gateway. That is effectively your router. And what you should be able to do to test your connection to the router is type in the word ping, P-I-N-G, then type in the address of the router, which in my case is 10.0.0.1. Okay, then hit enter, and you are looking for a reply from the default gateway. Now, I'm not surprised to see a timeout in my case. I'm working with a virtual machine in the cloud, and in many cases, they have their routers configured to simply not respond to ping requests. But in a local network environment or even at home, you absolutely should see a response from your router. And as long as you get that response, then you do at least have connectivity to the router. Now, that actually does not guarantee that you'd have access to the internet, but if you have access to the router, but then no internet, then there could still be other problems. It could be a problem with your internet service provider, but it could also be another system in your environment. So I'm going to issue the ipconfig/all command again. And the one other thing you can check is the DNS server. That's the system that is responsible for resolving names on the internet and, in fact, on your local network. But if, for example, the troubleshooter was trying to connect to www.microsoft.com or any other web address, but the DNS server was unavailable, then it would not be able to resolve that name to an IP address. So another thing you can at least attempt to do is to ping the DNS server. So in my case, that's 168.63.1. 129.16. Now, I won't be surprised again if I do not get a response here, but let's go ahead and test it anyway. Again, I'm not getting responses because these are cloud-based systems, and Microsoft can intentionally disable responses to ping requests to prevent people from pinging them all the time. Okay, so again, don't be too concerned about my results here, but you should be able to ping your DNS server and get a response. So if you get a response from the default gateway and from the DNS server, and in fact, you can also ping the DHCP server, assuming you have a valid address. In my case, actually, the DHCP server and the DNS server are one and the same, but that's fine. So as long as you are getting responses from all of those systems, the default gateway, the DHCP server, and the DNS server, it's quite likely that you will have a successful connection to the internet. But if you still don't, then it's more likely a problem on the other side, if you will, the side of the internet service provider, because you've verified that all of your components are working. So it would be worth a call to your internet service provider to verify their service at that point. Okay, so again, start out with the troubleshooter in the settings app. Then from there, in a command prompt, verify your own IP address using ipconfig. Then try to ping your default gateway, your DNS server, and or your DHCP server to verify connectivity. And again, all you're looking for is a reply. And if those replies are successful, then you might want to contact your internet service provider to verify connectivity on their end. In this demonstration, we'll take a look at troubleshooting printer issues using the Windows Troubleshooter. Now, in this case, I have explicitly configured a problem in that I have disabled the print spooler service, and this service literally supports all printing. So while it's unlikely that you would go in here and explicitly disable this service, it can fail from time to time on its own, or it's possible that somebody was troubleshooting earlier and they disabled the service intentionally, perhaps to just narrow down some possible causes of various problems. So regardless of why the print spooler service might not be running, in my case, it isn't, and it has been disabled as well. So not only is it not running, even if I were to reboot the computer, the service would not start again on its own because I set its startup type to disabled, whereas normally it's set to automatic. Okay, so let's just minimize this window for the time being, and I'll go to the settings app. So we'll click on start and choose settings. And in here, from the system node, we can scroll down and we can choose troubleshoot. Then we can go to other troubleshooters, and we should find the option to run the printer troubleshooter under the most frequent category here. So we can just click on run next to printer, and it's initially going to detect the problems. So in fact, it does say it's checking the spooler service, and it flashed by fairly quickly there, but it effectively is applying the corrections for that particular problem because the troubleshooter did discover that the service was not running. So now we see a summary here that says problems found. The print spooler service is not running, and the print spooler service isn't starting automatically. And in both cases, the troubleshooter fixed those problems. Now, I'm going to leave that interface up for a moment, but let's return back to the services console. And in here, I just need to right-click and choose refresh on the services node over on the left-hand side. And sure enough, not only is it running again, but its startup type has been reset to automatic. So the troubleshooter discovered the problem and corrected it for me. Okay, so let's just close the services console. But not only did it discover and correct those problems, it still tested various other possible problems as well. And you can find out what those are by clicking the View Detailed Information link at the bottom of the troubleshooter. So if we click here, it gives us the more detailed report. So again, it says that the issues found included the print spooler service not running and the service not set to start automatically, and both of them were fixed. But there were other issues that were checked as well. So we can scroll down And it tells us that there were potential issues, including the paper being low or empty, the printer toner being low or empty, a paper jam possibly having occurred, the driver requiring an update. The printer itself possibly had encountered any kind of issue with the driver itself. The printer might have been turned off. A print job in the queue might have been preventing other print jobs. The print spooler service is experiencing problems, and or the printer was not set to be the default. Then again, it summarizes the issues that were found and the corrections that were applied. Okay? So that gives you a better idea of what the troubleshooter can detect and what it can correct. Now, if it was something like a paper jam, clearly Windows is not going to be able to correct that, but it can detect it. So at least you know what the problem is. So, of course, not every problem is correctable by Windows, but at least you know how to address it. So we can just click on Next now, and we can say that yes, the problem was fixed, and we can close the troubleshooter. Okay, so again, obviously the problem is going to depend on the circumstances, and it's certainly not guaranteed that the troubleshooter will always identify what the problem is, or even if it did identify the problem, it might not be able to correct it, but you might be able to based on that information. So it's always recommended that you start with the troubleshooters just to see if there's an easy fix or to at least narrow down the possible causes of any given issue. In this demonstration, we'll see some steps for troubleshooting network adapters. And in fact, there are a few different interfaces that you might want to use here, but we'll begin in the Settings app where there is a specific troubleshooter just for network adapters. So I have already launched the Settings app, and it will open by default to the System page. And on this page, you can just scroll down, then choose Troubleshoot. Then in here, choose Other Troubleshooters. Then from here, if you scroll down toward the bottom, there is a Network Adapter Troubleshooter. So for this particular troubleshooter, it is going to be a little more specific in terms of what the problem is. Now, it will prompt you for various questions so that the troubleshooter can narrow down some possible causes, but your answers, of course, will depend on what the actual problem is. Now, we can just click on the Run button to start it, and it initially runs a quick detection just to see which adapters are present. Now, you might have more than one in any given system. For example, you might have a wired adapter and you might have a wireless adapter. If you aren't certain, simply choose the option for all network adapters and then click on Next. So here is where it will prompt you for the first question. It's going to ask you what type of connectivity problem you're having. And in fact, in my case, it's telling me that it tested the internet connection and verified that websites are accessible. So it's now prompting me for different issues. So I can choose I'm trying to reach a specific website or a folder on a network, or I can choose I'm having a different problem where it will show me some additional troubleshooting options. So let's go with the first option here to reach perhaps a folder on a network, since we do know that internet access is available. Now, you can still enter an internet address here in the form of a URL, http:// then www. whatever site you're trying to access. Or you can enter in what's known as a UNC, or a Universal Naming Convention, which is //, then typically the name of a network server, then / the name of a folder. So just to give you an example, if I had a file server, it might be //, perhaps the name of the file server is file serve 1, and then maybe there's a folder on that server called shared. So this would be the pathway to that network server. Okay. Now, I don't have that server on this particular network. That's just an example. But if you're trying to get to a similar pathway and you can't seem to gain access, this can hopefully tell you why. It might tell you that the server is not responding, which might indicate a problem with that server itself. Perhaps it failed. But that helps you to narrow down the problems. If you have other servers on the network, Maybe you can try connecting to them to see if those connections are successful. Okay, so again, that's just an example. So let's cancel here and let's rerun the troubleshooter. And we should see the same basic process with respect to asking us which adapter to test. So once again, I'll go with all network adapters and click on next. And once again, it's going to go through and do an initial analysis and or diagnosis. So this time I'll choose I'm having a different problem. And from that point, it asks whether I want to allow other computers to connect to this computer or if I'm trying to connect to my workplace using direct access. Now, that's a fairly specific feature that uses a particular type of VPN connection. So let's take a look at the option where it says to allow other computers to connect to this computer. So once again, it asks, what are you trying to do? And it will check whether the Windows firewall is preventing connections to this computer. So again, you can click the task you're trying to complete. You might be looking to share files or folders, or to connect into this computer using remote desktop connections. Maybe you're trying to find this computer on the network or just something else. But the basic premise here is that we are trying to establish a connection into the system. And in most cases, if that's not working, it's the firewall that is preventing it from happening, or perhaps a service is disabled. In fact, the remote desktop connection uses a particular service to allow those incoming type of connections. So we can go ahead and choose that and click on next. And once again, it's not going to find anything specific in my case because there's actually nothing wrong with this particular computer, and remote connections are absolutely available because I'm using one right now. But in the event that your system does not seem to be allowing those connections, then this hopefully will tell you. But ultimately, it's going to test all of the options that might be preventing that task from succeeding. So in this case, it says try again. Connect to this computer again or have someone else try using the same program you were using. So you can then say, I have completed this task, or I can skip to the next step to try to continue to fix the problem. So again, if I were to choose something like that, it's just going to tell me what the end result is, but skipping to the next step is effectively saying that you did not provide enough information. And in fact, that is exactly what it's telling us here. It says Windows requires more information to diagnose the problem. So I might need to go back and launch it again. But of course, the results that you see are going to be dependent on the problem and the choices you make. The key is to simply know how to access this troubleshooter and how to provide the appropriate information. So let's just close the troubleshooter now. And as mentioned, there are other interfaces that you will likely want to check. So let's minimize the settings app here. And you would certainly want to go to your control panel. So I have opened that already. And then from the All Control Panel Items view, you can click on Network and Sharing Center. And then in here, you can check the status of the Ethernet connection by just clicking on the link. And this will show you the status of the connection. So in my case, it does tell me that I have connectivity to the internet over the IP version 4 protocol. The media state is enabled, meaning the connection itself is enabled. And I am seeing that packets are being sent and received. So this does indicate that the connection is enabled. But if by any chance it's showing as disabled, you can click the link where it says change adapter settings, and there is the connection itself. So perhaps someone did disable the connection, maybe just for other troubleshooting purposes, or perhaps if the system does have both a wired and a wireless connection, one might be disabled while using the other. So maybe the connection was simply left in a disabled state, but you can always just right click on the connection and choose to enable it if it is disabled. Now, I can't choose to disable this connection in my case because I'll lose my connection to this system, but you can just check the status in here and notice that there is also a diagnose option here, which launches the same type of troubleshooter that we just saw. Then finally, what you might also want to do is check in the device manager with respect to the actual adapter itself and perhaps some of the driver settings. So I have already launched that. And in here, you can just expand network adapters. Then just see if there's any indications that the adapter is not functioning or if it has a driver issue. If so, you will see some sort of an icon by the name of the adapter here that indicates a problem. It would be something like a yellow triangle with an exclamation mark or perhaps a question mark, which would indicate that there's a problem with the driver. You can also just double click on the adapter itself, and the device status will either tell you the device is working properly or that there is some kind of a problem, in which case it would also present you with an error code, which can then be used to perform some general internet searching to try to find out how to resolve that problem. But you can also check on the driver tab to see if perhaps there might be an updated driver, because the driver tab tells you the date and the version of this driver. So you then might be able to check on the manufacturer's website to see if there is an updated driver. If so, you can download that driver, then click Update Driver, then browse for the location to where that driver was just downloaded, and hopefully apply the update. Okay, so again, there are a lot of different interfaces you might want to check when it comes to diagnosing and troubleshooting network connections. But as mentioned, begin with the troubleshooter in the Settings app, then maybe go to the Control Panel and the Network and Sharing Center to verify the state of the connection, and finally use the Device Manager to verify if there are any issues with the device itself or its driver. In this demonstration, we'll see how to use the Reliability History utility in Windows to determine exactly that, how reliable your system has been. Now, you can access this from the control panel, but you can also shortcut to it by simply clicking on the Start button or in the search bar, and then just start typing in the word reliability, and you should see the option to view the reliability history. But if you're already in the control panel, then you can select Security and Maintenance, then expand the maintenance category, and there is the option to view the reliability history under Report Problems. Now, this quite simply is a graph that charts any issues with your system. And in fact, the source of information for the reliability history is the Windows event log. So you could go through all of the event logs to see where any issues occurred, but this presents that information differently, and it does so in this chart style that is laid out by date, so it's a little easier to see where issues have occurred. Now, for starters, you can change the view to days or weeks if you want to see a more expansive view. But on any given day where something occurred, what will happen is that the reliability of the system will drop a little bit. Now, there are entries on most days, but if you're seeing a blue circle with an I inside, those are just informational events, and they do not have any effect on the reliability of your system. In many cases, it will just tell you things such as a successful update was applied, which is exactly what I'm seeing here. But it is still a very efficient way to summarize all of that information. Then a little farther over, we do see a yellow triangle with an exclamation mark, and these are warnings, but it still did not reduce the reliability of the system. So in this case, there was an unsuccessful application reconfiguration, and it tells us the exact date and even the time. Then there's a link in the action column where we can view the technical details. So in this case, we see a description that says the Windows installer reconfigured the product, and it tells us the product name and the version, but ultimately says reconfiguration success or error status 1602. Now, honestly, I don't know what that code is, but I could use it to search on the internet for more information. But ultimately, the reconfiguration was not successful. But it still did not reduce the overall reliability of the system. So if we just click on the back button, what will reduce the reliability of the system is a critical error, which is the X in the red circle. So if we click there, we do see that an application stopped responding. Once again, you can click on the View Technical Details to find out more information, but in short, the application failed. So when that happens, the reliability of the system will drop a little bit. Now, there's an index value over on the left-hand side, and it's just a fairly arbitrary scale of 1 to 10, but it did drop by about a point or two. Let's say it's around 8 now. But although it might be a little hard to see, on the next day, there were no issues, nor were there any on the day after that. So the reliability starts to increase a little bit more as each day with no issues completes. So, in fact, if I choose the week's view here, there was also an error approximately a month ago, and I see that here. So now it's a little easier to tell that once a certain amount of time elapses with no failures, its reliability essentially resets to 10. So it's not as though any given error will drop its reliability and keep it down there. The only thing that would cause that would be continual errors. So if you just keep seeing error after error day after day, then clearly your system is not very reliable. But if you only have something like an application failure periodically, that certainly does not indicate that your system is unreliable as a whole. But the reliability history is something that you'll want to keep an eye on. Sometimes certain things will fail that you won't even notice. For example, maybe a service failed, but you weren't using any application that required that service, so you simply did not notice the failure. But again, repeated failures over a longer duration of time will certainly be indicative of a more severe issue. So, by staying on top of the reliability history, you can get a better idea as to the overall state of your system and or what might require attention. For example, maybe you installed an application and that application isn't overly compatible, or there's just some kind of issue with its installation or its configuration. And the same might apply to a device or a driver. So, events that lower your reliability can, of course, indicate that this application or device or driver or whatever it is should maybe be removed. So again, it's always useful to check with your reliability history, particularly if you are experiencing more frequent problems, to help identify what those problems are. And hopefully, if everything is going well with your system, you'll see that reliability index up around 10. And even if it does drop from time to time, as long as it keeps going back up to 10, then your system can generally be regarded as reliable. In this video, we'll take a look at using the Task Manager utility to troubleshoot problems. And for the most part, you can work with the applications that are running on your system and or any background processes or services. But generally what you're looking for are applications that seem to have frozen or those that have become very unresponsive. Now, I'm just running a single application here, but if you look at background processes, there are 34 of them. And if you scroll down more, there is another category farther down that says Windows processes, and there are 45 in my case. Now, I did not launch any of those. The only thing I did on this system was to launch Microsoft Edge. So that's the only application that is running right now. Everything else is effectively an internal process or something that is managed by Windows itself. But any application, any background process, or any other Windows process can become unresponsive. So generally what you're looking for in here is something like the CPU percentage being very high. Now, that said, it's okay for the processor usage to become very high while you are doing something in that application. And to demonstrate that, I'm going to open up Microsoft Edge again here, and I will simply launch another tab. Okay, so I'm just going to add a new tab. That's it. And I'll minimize. And what we'll see is that Microsoft Edge has gone very high in terms of processor usage and memory and disk usage, although it's not that high. We do see some activity, but notice what happens here. It begins to settle down, for lack of a better word. In other words, what you don't want to see is the resource values going up very high and staying there. Now, the processor has settled back down, for lack of a better word, to 0%, but notice that the memory is still higher. That's all right as well, because of course the application is still running. If the application is closed and you don't see any memory being released, then that's indicative of a problem known as memory leak. So in other words, I see about 20% of the memory being allocated to Microsoft Edge, and in total, 60% has already been allocated. So if I were to close Microsoft Edge entirely, I should expect to see the overall memory value come down by about that amount. Okay. Now, as far as troubleshooting the application itself, there really isn't a whole lot that you can do other than to end the application if it has failed. And you can always do that by right clicking on it and then simply choosing End Task. Okay, so that will close it. So let's go ahead and end Microsoft Edge. And again, what we want to see are those memory values and processor usage returning back to around the values that they used to be prior to that application loading. So in my case, it looks like not all of the memory was released, and that's not too much of a problem either because the application might be reloaded. So some of the processes are likely still in memory so that the application will load more quickly the next time. Okay, so let's go ahead and relaunch Microsoft Edge. And once again, we'll see the activity in the background increase, but as long as it's just temporary, that's fine. So again, we are seeing processor activity. We do see the memory going back to what it used to be, more or less in total. But again, as long as those values are consistent and we aren't seeing resources being continually taken up, then usually everything is going to be fine with your system. Now, this breaks everything down here on the processes page by each process and then gives you these individual values with respect to the resources of CPU, memory, disk, and network. And there's even power usage and the power usage over time or the trend. Okay. But with respect to the resources, you can also go to the performance tab. And this just gives you overall values for all applications and processes and services. It does not break it down by any individual application, but we do see this overall usage. So now I do want to keep an eye on certain processes to make sure that they are not consuming too much of the processor or too much memory over any sort of longer period of time. We just did see the processor go up to about 100% there, but as long as it doesn't stay there, that's fine. We want to see it return back to normal. Then the same thing goes with the memory. Typically, you want to see a fairly stable line here, and you don't want to see it all the way up at the top. You always want a little bit of free memory available. The disk activity is exactly that. It's how much is being written to and read from the disk. And of course, if there are multiple disks, you'll see values for each one here. And then, of course, Ethernet is the network activity. So in general, for every resource, you simply don't want to see values that are continually very high and not returning back to more normal levels. You can also see the app history here, which gives you information as to which apps have consumed the most resources over the last 30 days. Now, they are sorted by default by name. You can click on any other column if you want to change that. So, for example, if I click on CPU time, I do see that Microsoft Edge is consuming the most at this point in time. But again, that's because it's currently running. So you can sort each of those columns. But again, in general, what you simply want to see is applications certainly having access to those resources, at least on a temporary basis. It's fine for the processor to get up to 80 or even 90% while you are doing something fairly intensive, but you don't want to see it stay up there. Similarly, you want your memory to be a fairly consistent value and not always up to its maximum level. As long as you're seeing that type of behavior, then really there isn't much that you need to be concerned about. But any given application can encounter problems at any time. And if that's the case, again, simply right click on that application and choose End Task to stop it. In this video, we'll take a look at using the Resource Monitor for troubleshooting. And in terms of accessing this, probably the quickest option is to simply click on the Start button and then just start typing in the word resource, and you should find Resource Monitor. It is available through the control panel, but really that's your quickest option. So I have already launched it, so let's just pull it up here. And this is very similar to the Task Manager, but Task Manager focuses a little bit more on the applications and services, whereas Resource Monitor, as its name indicates, focuses a little more on resource consumption. Now, you do still see the processes and the services that are running, but they typically do not present themselves by their actual names. So, for example, if I were to load the Edge browser, the process or the image that I would see load would be called msedge.exe. So it displays the executable file, not the name of the application. So again, that's why I say Task Manager focuses a bit more on the applications and managing them, whereas Resource Monitor focuses on the resources. So here on the overview page, there are four main categories of CPU, disk, network, and memory. And we can click on each of these header bars to expand each category and find out more information. But you'll also notice that there are tabs across the top with the same four categories. So if I select the CPU tab, this is a breakdown in a little more detail of just CPU information. Similarly, this is just memory information, this is just disk, and this is just network. So if you're trying to be fairly specific in terms of determining resource consumption, then you can go to each tab to find out what is going on with any given process or application. Now, we are seeing everything in real time here, of course, and that's the default behavior of Resource Monitor. It doesn't really record anything, it just shows you what's happening at any given time. But you can still select any given process and find out more information about its resource consumption by just looking at the values. And again, typically what you're looking for is something that is just consuming far too much of any given resource. So if any given process, for example, has way more average CPU time than anything else, then that might be indicative of a problem. And just like Task Manager, you can right click on any given process and choose to end it or end the process tree, which means that if there are any child processes that have been launched by that parent process, it will end them all. So again, there's a lot of information in here and it will take some time to get comfortable with everything. But generally, if you just go to those individual breakdown pages, it's a little more easy to determine what is going on with any given process or application. And again, we do see more categories here where I can see services, associated handles, and associated modules for the CPU. And then again, if I go back to the memory tab, there is a breakdown of overall memory usage in terms of what's available, what has been cached, the total, and the installed. And then on the disk, we see reads and writes. So if there's an application that just seems to be continually accessing the hard disk, it would reveal itself a little more easily here. And then similarly, we see which applications would be using the most network bandwidth. And once again, there are headers where we can expand to see more information. So there are a lot of resources, and I do also want to point out that when you are troubleshooting, if you're talking about something like performance degradation, then the process of monitoring itself can sometimes be somewhat demanding. So, in other words, you might have an application that is experiencing trouble, but then continual monitoring of your system might just make things worse. So, in fact, what you can do is to pause monitoring if you want to, just to narrow down the possible causes. And that's on the monitor menu here. You can just click stop monitoring and basically everything halts. The values stop updating, the charts stop progressing, everything comes to a stop. So now you can basically determine what the performance of the system is like without monitoring, but we still have access to everything up to that point. We still see all of the values right up to the point where we stop. So maybe now the other application that we suspect is troublesome might perform a little bit better, but that's clearly going to depend on the nature of the problem. It's just something that you might want to try from time to time because, again, monitoring in and of itself can be a demanding process. But ultimately, Resource Monitor helps you to determine if there are any applications or processes that are simply consuming more resources than they should. And if you continually discover that, then perhaps this application should be uninstalled. Maybe it could be reconfigured, or you could see if there's some kind of an update for the application. But at least the Resource Monitor helps you to determine which application or process is troublesome so that you can address it accordingly. Now, to just resume monitoring, go back to the monitor menu here, and then simply click Start Monitoring, and everything will refresh and start all over again. Okay, so again, that's the Resource Monitor, similar in nature to the Task Manager, but focuses a little bit more on resource consumption to help you identify which applications or processes are consuming more resources than they should. In this video, we'll take a look at using the performance monitor for more advanced troubleshooting and monitoring of your system. Now, I say more advanced because it is a more advanced tool, and I'd go so far as to say it's unlikely that you would ever really use this tool in a home environment. And even in a corporate environment, it's something that's used much more commonly on servers than on desktop systems. But you might have a Windows 11 system that is running a specific task or a dedicated application, in which case you might need to use Performance Monitor. But I would say in most cases, it's probably something that you would use in conjunction with documentation for that particular application. In other words, if you are encountering issues, there might be specific recommendations in the documentation for that application instructing you to use Performance Monitor and which specific counters you should include. So, with that all said, let's take a look at the utility. And like most things in Windows, the easiest way to get to it is to just click on the Start button and then start typing in the word Performance. And you should see Performance Monitor up at the top of the list. And when it first loads, it comes up with this summary page that you can see here, which basically just gives you a breakdown of some of the most common resources, such as the memory, the network interface, the disk, and the processor information. But the utility itself is actually this performance monitor node over on the left-hand side. And when we click there, we will see a real-time chart that includes, by default, the percent processor time counter. So this is giving us real-time information as to how busy the processor is. Now let me just minimize this for a moment. And what I'm going to do is just launch Microsoft Edge so that it generates some activity on the system. Then we'll return back to the performance monitor. And clearly you can see that the processor got fairly busy while it was launching that application. Now, that's normal. We do want to see the processor doing a lot of work when something is happening, but typically you don't want to see the processor being busy all the time. So this particular counter is the only one that's there by default, but you can add many more counters. And to say many is a little bit of an understatement. There are hundreds probably when you go to add all the counters. So this is why I say you typically should work under the guidance of some kind of documentation. Now, there are certainly just a few basic components that you can add to get a reasonable idea as to how your system is performing. So we will take a look at that. And to do so, you can click this green plus sign up in the button bar to add in more counters. So let's click on Add. And what you'll find here is a list of categories. So everything in this initial window in the upper left are just categories. And even that list is quite extensive. Individual counters are underneath each category. So if, for example, I scroll down to the memory category, there is an arrow that I can click on to expand this and see individual counters. So there are many, many individual counters within each category. So again, this is why I say there are hundreds upon hundreds of counters in total. But if we look at just something like the available bytes or perhaps maybe the committed bytes, those that are in use, you can select any one of them. And if you do want to select multiple counters, you can press and hold the control key and you can select several. Or if you select one, then press and hold the shift key and then select another one, everything in between will be selected. But I'll just go with a single counter here. Let's select committed bytes in use. Then you do have to click on the Add button here. That brings it over into the second column where it says Added Counters. Then maybe let's go to a different category, such as the physical disk. So let's scroll down, and there I do see physical disk. And let's expand this one. Now, when you expand it initially, every counter is included by default. So if you click on Add, it puts all of them in. So just be a little bit careful with that. And maybe let's go with percent disk read time and percent disk write time. Okay, so I'll select those two and click on Add. Then once I'm happy with the counters, we can click on OK, and they will be added to the chart. Now, each counter is colored, and by default, the processor comes in as red, and so did the second counter that I added. Now, you can just double click down here, and you can change the color if you want to, and even some of the other characteristics. But let's go ahead and make this one blue. Click on OK, and now we can see them all a little bit better. Now, once again, not much is happening on my system, so let's return back to Microsoft Edge, and I'll open another tab, which should generate some activity. And once again, we should see the activity increase for a little bit. So that's the basics of using Performance Monitor. And again, as far as the counters are concerned, it will certainly take some time to get comfortable with which counters you should be adding. And again, this is where the documentation of any given application comes in very useful when using Performance Monitor. But the other characteristic is that all of this is real time. This is exactly what's happening now. That's perfectly fine, but what you can also do is to create data collector sets, which effectively allow you to add in the same counters, but it just gathers data over a much longer period of time. Then, once you have the data collector set generated, you can view a report. So let's take a quick look at that. If you expand data collector sets, there are some predefined system collector sets. We won't worry about those for the time being. There is an option here for user defined. So we can right click and choose new data collector set. And you can call this whatever you like. I recommend naming it by the application name, perhaps, or exactly what it is you're trying to determine. The name is up to you. I'll just leave it as new data collector set. Then there are two options: to create from a template or to create manually. Now, the templates are fine, but they do have quite a few counters in place by default. Let's take a quick look. If I click on next here, you see basic, system diagnostics, and system performance. Okay. Now, the last one listed there of WDAC is Windows Defender Application Control. But you can click on each one, and it gives you a brief description of what that collector set is used for. Okay, so that's up to you. I'm just going to cancel, and let's start again from scratch. So I'll right click and choose new data collector set. And this time I'll go with the option to create one manually. Then click on next. And I'm going to go with performance counter information. This is exactly what we just did. Let's click on next again. Then we add in the exact same counters. Okay, so let's click on add. And we can go with whichever counters and whichever categories we want, but we'll go with the same ones that are there by default. So with respect to the processor, let's go with the percent processor time. And the C1, C2, C3 are the core processors. So this depends on how many processors your system has. I won't worry about that for the time being. Let's just select a single core. We'll add that. Then from the categories, I'll also go back to memory, and we'll add in the memory counter that I had before, which was percent committed bytes, and we'll add that. Then I'll go to the physical disk category, and I'll include the percent disk read time and the percent disk write time, and add those. Click on OK. The sample interval is how often it reads, so you can set that to whatever you like. And let's click on next. And this is simply where the file is going to be stored. I'll just go with the default, but you can place it anywhere. Click on next, and we can save and close. Now that defines the collector set, but it doesn't run it yet. Notice the status is stopped. So we can select this, and you can either right click and choose start, or there is a green arrow on the button bar that will also start it. So let's go ahead and click on start. So now it's gathering data. Now I just go about my business, and I can let it gather up this information for as long as I want. So this might be useful for an application that runs over a long period of time, and you're trying to determine how well it performs. So once again, let's generate a little bit of activity. Let's go back to Microsoft Edge, and I'll open yet another tab, and then I'll just minimize. So now there's a little bit of activity in there, but let's imagine it ran all night. So what we can do then is to stop the collector set, and that will then generate a report. Okay, So if we now expand reports and go to user defined, there is my collector set. There is my report. I can double click on this and I see the information that was recorded over that period of time. Now, clearly this was not very long, but the idea is to, again, allow that to run over a fairly lengthy period of time to gather that information so you get this more comprehensive report. Okay, so it really comes down to what you need. The performance monitor itself gives you that real-time information. Collector sets give you the same information but recorded over a period of time. So it generally just comes down to whether you're trying to troubleshoot something in real time or whether you are trying to determine the performance of an application or run down an issue that seems to only appear over time. But in any case, it will take a little bit of time to get comfortable and familiar with using Performance Monitor. So I do suggest that you invest a little bit of time. But in general, it will usually come down to following the documentation of a particular application or a particular troubleshooting process to ensure that you're obtaining useful and relevant information.